All right, welcome to VOLO and Butthead's Tech PALOOZA. I'm your guy, Mr. CD, of course, aka Poppy Powder Bad Boy. And let me tell you, we up in here starting off the show late as usual. This show right here is all about technology, fun, good times, and my AI paranoia, and also VOLO's crazy. I jump up all my dream shows with a video. Typically, I've been using interviews, and since the show is focused on VOLO and technology, we're going to pop it off with videos from VOLO's crazy-ass channel. They're going to be political, racial, very disturbing, but the point is to get your brain shocked. If you didn't see it, today's tech lord of the week is SKYNET. I'm going to do the history of the internet. We're going to find out who invented this, got this all started, that got us going towards AI in the end of our universe as we know it today. Thank you. All hail Lord SKYNET and my future robot leaders. Anyway, I listen to your course of Poppy Called a Bad Boy. I'm about to play some videos like the next hour, and then we'll get into talking around either 8:30 or 9 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, and then we'll talk and freak out and accelerate. All right? Woo!
Now listening to the sounds, or should I say the mentals, of a true MC, VMT. This is the Neo VOLO Show. And I'm not trying to script these shows. What I'm trying to do is, give you the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of our culture, which we call hip hop. Listening to the Neo VOLO Show, or viewing this on YouTube. Today's episode, we're calling it God Gives, Devils Deceive. And just like that, some people turn it off because they think I'm talking about religion today. And that's as far from the case. I promised the last episode I was going to bring some science to the table, break down, help people with their scientific awareness. So, this is the Neo VOLO Show. And like with all shows, I like to begin with, I got to start let me start my timer first, because I'm going to time myself. All I'm asking for is 10 minutes of your time. As you can see the hands, and I'm going to hit the timer right now. Give me 10 minutes of your time. I set the timer. I'm going to set that down. It should go off shortly. As we dive into the concepts of logic, which transforms into mathematics, which is the foundation of science. Like I said before, today's show we call it God Gives the Devils the Seed, and I'm going to sum that all up for you in how science relates to religion. And I'm trying to, I hate to mention politics, but how politics likes to be the schismatic to separate the two. So, as you can see the title screen, we talk about hip hop over here, which is, as I reiterate, an American culture created by the children of the 1960 Civil Rights Movement. But let's jump right into it. And we're going to start the day off with, I have it right here, definition. Now, I got this definition right off of my app, my iPhone. Anti. That's the new buzzword. You're anti this, you're anti that, you're anti-vax. You see over here, anti-racist. Meaning is a preposition meaning opposed to, against. Adjective, opposed. Noun, a person opposed. As a prefix, is opposed, against. Preventing. Relieving. Okay. The opposite of. Acting as a rival. Unlike the conventional form. Yes, I have a problem with the definition. My problem with the definition is that we're using it as all these things, and we're having a problem understanding, like, oh, within all this is the contradiction. Within all this is the contradiction. So I'm going to break it down, I'm going to slow it down, I'm going to pull out the chalkboard, and I'm going to slow it down, because we're going to talk about the opposite of. Being opposed to, against. In mathematics, we're going to say the negation of. That's how we're going to use anti. And hopefully that'll help you understand where the contradiction comes in as we proceed with these quick talks that I'm having. Let me pick up the pace. So right here is the chalkboard. This comes from Straight Logic, Introduction to Abstract Logic. And what we have right here says, if S is a sentence, then the sentence, not S, is called the negation of S, symbolized by the squiggly line, not S. All right? So the science sentence we're going to use is S is science. S is equal to, is logically equivalent to science. So, of course, we have science and not science. Anti-science is what they like to use. Science, anti-science. So, if science, we're using what's called a negation table, is true, then anti-science, the negation of science, not science, is false. And vice versa. If science is false, then the negation of science, anti-science, not science, is true. It's as simple as that. Where we're getting into argument is in the definition of anti. Because anti could mean science is true and the negation of science is true. Like this. Like, no, that's not how it works. This is what we define the negation of to be. Instead, we have a lot of people going, this science is true and the negation of science is true. That's a contradiction by its form. by its logical form, such an explanation is a contradiction. That's what we have going on over here with the racists and the anti-racists. We're arguing over a contradiction. It's easier to see when science is false and the negation of science is false. False and false. That's easy to see. True and true is harder to see, being a contradiction. I like to actually call it a true contradiction. I put it in quotes, just like I put the not S in quotes. Science being false, negation of science being false, that makes sense. And there's the 10 minutes, that fast. So I'm in this right with that right there. That was it. That's how fast. Let's cut this one. Oh no, that wasn't me. That's my son's thing. Okay, I got 3 more minutes. Irony is, with mathematics, these symbols are arbitrary. They can be elements, they can be members, they can be ideas within themselves. Here we set S equal to science. Politics comes along and says, this isn't true. This is Trump. Are you starting to see where I'm going with this? This F isn't false. It's Fauci. Now look at the logic now politically, and this is why we're confused. Because we're talking about science and anti-science, the negation of science, not science, and we're arguing between Trump and Fauci, and Fauci is coming off as being the truth, the one that knows, you know what I mean? So it's here, he's science. Trump is anti-science. See how that goes? That's why it's illogical. It's illogical because Fauci could be false. He could be anti-science, but y'all don't even want to see it that way. Or they don't want you to see it that way. Fauci can't be anti-science, they argue. Fauci says he's science. Fauci can be a drug dealer, in reality, a simple drug dealer promoting his drug. He could just be selling you know what I'm saying? His shot. That would actually put him here, right? That would actually put him here. But we don't want to see this. We see this because that's why he's not the president anymore. And I'm under the red there. We'll talk more about that next time if you get mad at me because it's, Biden, you hate Biden. I was like, yeah, Biden is just a man. He's human. He can't stop nothing that God is doing. It's the same thing about Trump. It's just men, you know. But we get more into that. This one here I clicked on. This is from Dark Horse. This is a YouTube page that I follow, and I clipped it just to say, you know, because it's posing a contradiction. Are you racist or are you anti-racist? It's a contradiction. They both, you know, but whatever. We'll try to explain. I'll try to break that down. And it's funny because that's what their explanation is. If you follow this YouTube page, is what their explanation is there's a third element, and in that third element, a person can not be racist as opposed to anti-racist. Anti's being consumed as being really an atheist, to be honest. I'm just using that as an example. An atheist isn't the Antichrist. The anti-racist would be considered the Antichrist. The Antichrist has nothing to do with, well, it has something to do with God, but devils aren't on God's level. God gives, devils receive. Russian, not crazy about how the explanation went, but I'm gonna leave it at that. Thanks for giving me 10 minutes of your time. The other page I wanted to mention is Democracy Hanging by a Thread or White Unity. This is Professor Black Truth, another page that I follow. But once again, I love his page, I love his work, but it's a contradiction. We have to start understanding logic more so, and being able to, this is the beginning. I just want to start here because I started with the negation, double negation, which you'll start here, the negation to take you here, the negation again to take you right back to here. That's the trick of the double negation. That's why I should say subtraction of a negative is logically equivalent to addition. I also try to help people understand, like I say, anti-racist, racist, not racist. You have to have that third element. That's why I hammer it home. I try to hammer it home. Religion, politics, science are three congruent angles in the same equilateral triangle. Ditto with truth, love, and courage. Ditto with knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Ditto with freedom, justice, and I'm gonna end it on that note. We'll be back. I'm gonna click on all these things again. We're gonna get back to Ron taking a God position over, the left and right wing, and we'll expound upon this right here. We'll talk about why these scientists are talking about that there, and how all these things relate. We might even go to deeper areas, areas of creation. All right. So I'm gonna end it on that note. Thank you for your time. And I'm gonna end it with one God, that is. Now listening to the sounds, the universe, space, final frontier, VMT. This thing is crazy. They want to call this the metaverse. Have to look into the universe. Dr. Martin Luther King, the Reverend VOLO Show. Born Michael King Jr., January 15th, 1929. It says it again down here somewhere. Yeah. King was born Michael King Jr. on January 15th, 1929 in Atlanta, Georgia. His father, Michael King Sr. Says here, shortly after marrying Alberta, King Sr. became an assistant pastor of the Ebenezer Church. No peeping this? All right. The senior pastor Williams died in 1931, and that fall, King Sr. took the role of being pastor. In 1934, on a multinational trip, went to Berlin, and he visited sites in Germany associated with the Reformation leader, Martin Luther. On returning home on August 1934, King Sr. changed his name to Martin Luther King and his son is named to Martin Luther King Jr. I mean, that's dope. So how old was King? 1934, 1929. So you're talking about 5 years old. That's when he got the name Martin Luther King Jr. Why did his dad change his name? Well, they talk about the Nazis up in here. Nazism, I see right there. Reformation leader, Martin Luther. We can look all that up. You can just come online and check it out. That's Martin Luther in 1529. That's not what I wanted to talk about today. In fact, welcome to the Neo VOLO show. I just wanted to start rapping, and y'all know how I do. I meant to say, welcome. Let's see here. Set this timer. Give myself 10 minutes. All right, there we go. Thank you for coming. I'll give you 10 minutes of your time. And, I just wanted to start here because last weekend was Martin Luther King's birthday. Let me get my sticks for now. It was his birthday, and I took a break from making this video. I've been procrastinating. I ain't been procrastinated. It's just, I come here, and I wanted to do one on Martin Luther King. I mean, that's the obvious thing is, I call him King Michael II. You know what I mean? He's the king. He's our king. To hip hoppers, Martin Luther King is the king. You get the King Jr. You know what I mean? Is the king. He's the king. Malcolm X, he's our spiritual. He's our spiritual leader. I guess we'll develop something. You know what I mean? It's King's birthday. Malcolm's is May the 13th, I believe. I have to look that up. Don't quote me on that. But it's just ironic. At the beginning of the year, let's talk about Martin Luther King. But that's not what I'm going to talk about today. I got real depressed. You know what I mean? Because as you start doing the research and refreshing your memory and stuff, you come across things. Where is this one thing at? Come across things like this right here, right? Suicide letter, which FBI sent to him. But of course, the FBI going to deny that they sent this to his wife. That they gave her a tape of him being, this is what they say. You know what I'm saying? But the whole goal, this is supposed to be the actual letter. And I'm not going to get too much into it. You can look this stuff up yourself. This is Wiki, so who knows if it's 100% true or not. I know it says in here that they moved his, they're going to release these papers in 2027, I think, or something like that. But, here at the end, it says, not only one thing left for you to do, saying like King took it as them trying to tell him to commit suicide. You know what I mean? Like he, either commit suicide or he going to die. Like he kind of knew at the last days, he must have got a lot of death threats and things like that. In his last speech, in his last couple speeches, you can hear it in his tone. It's just terrible thing that these feds put him through. So as I was going through all this and researching things, and he got beautiful things like the house that he grew up in. That's dope. The high school he went to, Booker T. Washington. We're going to talk more about him as I do more of these talks. With their oldest daughter. It's beautiful stuff, man. But at the same time, you have to deal with, like, what's that about? You know what I mean? Getting locked up and, leaders of the march and stuff. Pictures of the march. So, but, you can do all this research yourself. Like I said, I was going to do this was my original plan. But, I I got real depressed. You know, we all know the famous scene where he got shot around the world. You know, this is wiki. You know what I mean? All you gotta do is just, you know, but don't hit that letter again. You know, here's the one that I was scrolling down to. You know what I mean? And this is just, you know, we're gonna talk about Malcolm again this year. I'm gonna talk about Martin a little bit later on, but you know, I just wanted to share this with y'all on what I was planning on doing, but I had to take a break because it was depressing. But I did share what's the name? See, I'm out in the space today. I did share Professor Black Thought. He has some real good videos that he did on Martin Luther King this year. 2 good videos. Make sure you check his channel out. This here is another one. But you know, I took a picture of this to talk about, or we're gonna get into more of that thing. I'm stuttering and not really focused. Let me get focused. All right, here's my focus. This is where we was at last week. I changed it up a little bit, and how did I change it up? Instead of, you know, not S, I made this red now, the negation of S. You know, make it look a little neater. We're going to go over this some more and why, you know, truth changes to false when dealing with that. If what you're designating as the sentence is false, then the negation of it makes it true, kind of a thing. It's just dealing with basic logic. We'll talk more about that next time. Hey, this is how I'm supposed to start it off, right? All right, so now we at the beginning of the Neo VOLO show. Welcome to the Neo VOLO show. I go by the name of VOLO Vamp Modulus Tautology, aka VMT. I am the self-proclaimed tautologist. In today's show, we're talking about builders are not N-words. I'm censoring it. You know what I mean? There's purpose behind that, you know. And we're going to, you know, try to talk about that word there. But what's unique about this title, it came to me, is Martin Luther King was a builder. You know what I mean? We builders. We're trying to build a new nation. We're trying to, I mean, us being children, you know, because like I said it before, hip-hop is an American culture created by the children of the 1960 Civil Rights Movement. Right? We're builders, but not N-words. You know what I mean? You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, yes, technically you can say Martin Luther King was an educated Negro. They don't want you to use that word Negro. Why? There's reasons behind that. You know what I'm saying? So it's this word here, they want us to be afraid. They start using this word. We start using it ourselves. There's books. There's books out there that's used as that title. We'll talk more about that later on. That's not really what I wanted to touch on today. I just appreciate giving me 10 minutes of your time. I'm going to get to it. Today, actually, what I'm going to talk about is the movie The Eternals. I got a chance to watch The Eternals this past weekend. And I was on my cousin's show, Philly Thing Show, and we talked about Rihanna, and how she posted a picture of Martin Luther King with grills on his teeth, gold teeth, on Twitter, and how that, you know, blew up and stuff. And when I told them honestly, it was the most disrespectful thing you could do. And even this is what they want to promote. They want to promote King with gold teeth. That's not why he's our king. That's not why he helped to create this thing called hip hop. You know what I mean? Rihanna's just you know, we'll talk about Rihanna, but I don't want to talk about Rihanna. I want to talk about what a builder is, and not the N-verse. And using the not, that goes back to the logic, right? I'm moving along. So I like, this is a nice little thing, right? This is me and my son, we went to King's Dominion. This is the Loch Ness Monster. It's one of the first roller coasters. I love roller coasters. This was one of the first roller coasters that I got on and got a chance to ride it with my son this past summer. Hopefully we can get on another good roller coaster or two this coming summer, God willing, right? All right, so where are we gonna go next? All right, I'm not gonna go here to talk about how to translate that. We're gonna go over. Let's go straight here. We'll talk about these other things later on. We're gonna go straight here. Here we go. All right, so talking about the Eternals, right? Black Panther. Let me put these down. Black Panther, right? Jack Kirby, one of the famous artist, Marvel artist. Don't do that. Use my hands. Okay, there you go, computer. He created Black Panther, following the Black Panthers. That was their inspiration. Just like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King was inspiration for Xavier, and that's what they kind of say, but in this past movie, I like Black Panther first movie, but we already know. Is that over already? That's over already. I'm taking too long. All right, give me 2 more minutes of your time. I'm running out of battery too. Just to sum it off real quick, and I can edit this, but I'm not going to edit it. Top 5 MCs. You got Big Daddy Kane, KRS-One. We talked about that before. But Black Panther was one of his first books, and it was dedicated to, bringing African awareness. Yes, white men creating a comic book, but that's not the point that I'm trying to make as far as why Eternals was disrespectful. Now, this is the comic book of the Eternals, and little art that I did to, and I'll share some of this some more. I'm gonna keep all this stuff on here. But what I wanted to talk about with the Eternals, as soon as the movie came on, I laughed. And the reason why I laughed is because it told you who the enemy was from the door. If you want to know who the enemy is, when it comes to, if you want to say this false dichotomy of racism and anti-racism, look for the N-word. You know what I mean? All you got to do is look for the N-word. And as soon as the movie came on, it said the deviants came to conquer the earth. Yes, they calling the N-word the deviants. The hip hoppers are the deviants. We are the one. And as soon as they came out the water and the thing, and they started killing the people and stuff, what were they? They were dogs. What RZA say? They changed God to dog to make people search hard. You know what I'm saying? Like that. And that aspect is why it was disrespectful to hip hop culture. Because that's who they saying we are. We the dogs of the nation. It's not the alphabeters. The alphabeters was in it. Yeah, they did that. So in that aspect, and that's what I'm talking about over here next time. I'm gonna cut this one kind of short today, but I'm already on my 10 minutes. Because I felt as though I did have to talk a little bit about King. I guess the next 10 minutes will be a continuation of that. And of the Eternals, because I do, it's an okay movie, but they, this guy here, they pay him. This is what people don't understand. And the same is the truth for the guy that was in that movie. They pay these figures to be alphabeters. So just because they paying him to say he's a G, doesn't mean that he's a G. It's a B. You know what I'm saying? But then people get mad when you start telling them their identities. Like, I'm not, whatever. Like, but where's the other one at? Go back to here, right? I say the top 5 GMCs. I'm running out of power. So I'm going to cut this off. Top 5 GMCs, what the G means. Well, KRS-One told y'all straight up, don't call me N-word. This MC goes for his. Call me God. Gangster, God. because that's what the black man is. There's some man doing that though. I so much more I could talk and stuff. I already over my time and I'm running out of battery. Until next time, I'm gonna say one. God, that is.
Now listen to the sounds, or should I say the mentals, of a true MC, Daddy VMT. Now listen to the sounds, or should I say the mentals, of a true MC, Daddy VMT. This is the VOLO Show.
This is the way I have to end this story. He's only 17 in the madman's dream. The cop shot the kid, I still hear him scream. This ain't funny, so don't you dare laugh. Just another take about the wrong path. Straight and narrow, or your soul get cast. Yo. Welcome to the VOLO Show. Figured we started off with, practicing the art. Make sure we spit these bars the right way. You know what I mean? Yo, that was Slick Rick the Ruler. Would love to share the videos with y'all, but they ain't trying to get copyrighted. So we just start spitting it ourselves. You know what I mean? Yo, check this one out. Yo, Run DMC for you. 2 years ago, a friend of mine asked me to say some MC rhyme, so I said this rhyme I'm about to say. The rhyme was deaf and then it went this way. Took a test to become an MC. An Orange Crush team amazed at me, so Larry put me inside his Cadillac. Chauffeur drove off and we never came back. Sing along, y'all. You know what I mean? All right, well, let me go on with the show. Here come the show. You know what I mean? Stop it right there. I ain't know what's going to... Oh, some Warren G. Regulate was going to be next. Maybe next time we'll come a little closer into the... You know what I mean? So let's go back to a familiar scenery up in the Octulus, or should I say the metaverse. You know what I mean? This is where we do our studies, and next time I'm going to go in my other studio. Let me see what's behind me. Okay. So I'm out in the woods today, you know what I mean? And, let me set my timer. That's what I got to do. Let me see here. Let's get a little situated. Like we do every week, we just want everybody to, tune in with us, and we're gonna talk about hip hop today. Like we do every week. I'll try to, give me 10 minutes of your time. Let me set my timer real quick for 10 minutes. I just wanted to do a little different intro this week, so that, but the beats are still rocking in the background. And, we're going to have some fun today. All right, let's see. Where the timer at? I'm having a little technical difficulties, but there it is. The timer started and rolling. Where was we at? I'm going to use these right now real quick. We under not the browser. Yeah, my browser. No, my files. There we go. What's on my browser? We still had King on there? Yeah, we talked about Martin Luther King. We'll get back to Martin Luther King. In fact, I'm gonna start. We're gonna talk about King today. We got to start with the title screen, right? Here it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, we from Philadelphia. That's where we born and raised, from Philadelphia, PA. And I just took this picture in front of us. Cheesesteak from last week. I got a cheesesteak from Leo's, and shout out to them. They top 10. They grow on me. I really like the size of their steaks. They nice, and you know what I mean. But we'll have more discussions about cheesesteaks and other Philly edibles. But today's show, we're talking about cops ain't got S word on D's. You know how I do with the D. that D means devilish, a demon. You know what I mean? I'm gonna try to get away from saying the devil because you can get in trouble these days for using that word. So we want to say more demon, like demons. The E with the Z, E, we saying the D's, like we pointing at somebody, right? You know how that is. That's a war kind of thing. So just letting you know who we at war with. And we talking about the Feds Day. Now, what the Feds is, you know who the Feds is. You know exactly who the Feds are. So we talking about, we always, the Black Lives Matter. We want to have a discussion about them. Because they always talking about defund the cops. The cops is, they want us to attack the cops. And, KRS-One dropped Sound of the Police and Black Cop. But it was balanced to that. So we're gonna have discussions. We're gonna have deep discussions as we do more and more of these videos about what was the real intent behind that. And yes, I guess we at war with cops, but some of them, like I said, Black Cop was a call out from talking about Chris was a call out to say, hey, we know we need money to get out of this debt, and you're a cop, you don't get paid a whole lot, so stop shooting your people. Like, we're supposed to be building together, not fighting each other. And we got these organizations like Black Lives Matter, which we'll talk about them a little bit later on, and not today though, because I wanted to talk more about my video game experiences. And what was the other thing? Well, we talked about the Eternals last week. The Eternals, I feel as though I got to finish up on the Eternals, and I'm like I said, I'm building stuff with my son, and we're going to do like a comic book kind of a thing. That'll be a different show. This one is more aimed towards adults, but I do, like you see, I do like to edit my words so that kids can see it. Like, you know what I mean? Like but I'm moving on. I'm saying too much right now. I only got a 10-minute time limit. And I'm doing that on myself so that as this grows, you can see how it's growing. Eventually the goal would be to have my studio set up, either virtual or however you want to set it up, and have people come on and interview people and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like it's a talk show. But just the 10 minutes, I'm asking for 10 minutes. I'm gonna do these 10 episodes of 10 minutes, and hopefully you're entertained to see where I'm going with this, and keep tuning in and keep hitting that like button and keep sharing it. So cops ain't got S word on these feds, and you know how we doing with the feds and everything. All right, that was enough of that. I gotta move a little faster because 10 minutes goes so fast. Neo VOLO show, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We're gonna talk about these Eternals. Last week I did say, hey, look for the devil. The devil is the D word. Look for the D word. The D word is who? The N word. The N word is who? The black man. Black is eternal. Ironically, you know what I'm saying? So they wanted the Eternals to be hip hoppers. They more hippies in the movie. Those were my issues with the movie. We're gonna express more on that, because who said black is eternal? KRS-One, in one of his books, he likes to bring it. In order for us to change, we have to change the definition of the meanings of these colors. So we look up in black in the dictionary and we get a whole bunch of negative connotations: ugly, devil, D word, et cetera, et cetera. And we have to change that. So he said, from now on, we got to start looking at black as being what? Eternal. You got to see what brown is being strength. Brown is usually what? Brown nose. It's usually some kind of negative connotation. No, brown is strength. Red. They changed the whole football team from being the Redskins because of the negative connotations of red. You know what I'm saying? So red is what? Courage. We're talking about a race of people that was here before this America. They had courage to fight back. They fought for their land. And we are the descendants of those people. That's what my question, that's what I be trying to help people understand. People come to me and say, you're African Americans. Why can't I be American African? Why can't my roots be American? And, I do have some ancestors that came from Africa. You know what I'm saying? But we will talk more and more about that too. Where we at? Running out of time. I had a lot of things. Here's where I'm talking about these feds. False educated demons. Right? They might block me for saying that right there. But these are what these feds is, right? You got this boy asking him, do you think inflation is a political liability at the midterms? Like the midterms is this year. We're supposed to come out and vote come November. And it's like, yo, that's a serious question. These prices are going up and up and up and up and up. And his response, talking about Brandon, let's go Brandon. What a stupid son of a bitch. See? You know what I mean? And we know what word he's saying, don't we? Is he saying itch or aster? You know what I mean? And one of the things we have, a problem that we have in the black community, he's not saying black, but he might be son of a black. Like he might, because there's a negative connotation to racist, anti-racist people. You know what I'm saying? So he's saying, call him a son of a, we know what he said. You know what I mean? He called him an aster. But, this is how, you censor. It's like, all right, you can throw a couple words in here and come see the heart of this, you know what I mean? But we're gonna talk more and more about him. We'll talk about Trump too. If y'all want to hate on Trump too, we can talk and hate on Trump too. But right now, he's the one in charge. And he's telling people, I'm gonna fire you and this and this and that. And all the things that he said that the other boy was doing, this guy seemed like he's 10 times worse. All right? Now, don't hate on, you can hate on me if I already probably lost you, if I'm a proud Democrat and this and that. And all right, you just ain't really trying to feel and hear the truth. You know what I mean? All right, well, we'll come back to that too. We talk more politics too. We're going to talk some religion because this was a religious figure, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. You know what I'm saying? And I got real down trying to study because that one show that I saw, he was talking about, this was he was talking about. It was the three evils of society. When machines and computers, profits, motives, and property rights are considered more important than people, the giant triplets of racism, economics exploitation, and materialism are incapable of being conquered. What? A civilization can flounder as readily in the face of moral bankruptcy as it can through financial bankruptcy. These are bars. He's spitting that. It's like a rhyme. Like that's poetry. Like, but he's telling you the truth. You know. And at the very beginning of this speech, this lecture, first, Martin Luther King for president, and that probably sounded his death warrant. Supposed to have been the first black president in '92. Turned 92 this year. That's why I'm saying that. We'll talk more about King. I don't want to get y'all depressed. And where else we at? We did that one. This is my new thing, So this is what my channel when I wanted to be about. Me and my son playing video games on here, and building this is my son when he was a baby. He's 10 now. So it is geared towards Game Boys and stuff like that. But this is like my own little personal thing. Just to put myself on the map as far as television, et cetera, entertainment, edutainment is what I like to call it. And then where we at? Oh, it's right here. And then I think finally 1, 2, 3. These are all the new ones that I have. I mentioned the 10 Commandments, and see that's the time limit right there. I mentioned the 10 Commandments, so I'm gonna wrap it up on this note here. I mentioned the 10 Commandments, and a friend of mine on Facebook, Paola, said, the 10 Commandments come from 42 Egyptian rules, laws, and I'll do a meme for next time for that, going over the 42. And we'll show how it relates to some of the logic that I introduced already. But here I pulled this one because I wanted to say, hey, we can just take 7, 10, it doesn't matter. Christians, Jesus said only gave us 2, and the key has to be to follow those rules. So I just this was on my I shared this like 8 years ago on Facebook, and it was just something I say, hey, I'm gonna clip this, I'm gonna add it to the lecture, the talk, and we're gonna go over this as it relates to logic. Remember the logic table that we talked about? We're gonna go over this some more in the next 10 minutes or so. Next time over these next for a couple episodes and stuff. We'll go back to this guy. You know what I'm saying? Because I do want to do like a news thing. That's why I clipped that Fed false stuff with, you know, Brandon and them. Because what we find is with our economic system, right? You have people that play parts, and they get paid to play those parts. And it's like we know that they get paid to play those parts, but we take them seriously. That's where it gets offensive. They wanted us to take this guy seriously. They paid him to act like a G. He's not a G. These are G's. No, that's not. That's one of the things I was talking about. Where my list at? Did I take that off? Oh no, here it is. Black Panther is another one that I was talking about. These are our G's. You know what I'm saying? These are the 5 that I wanted to start off with. Big Daddy Kane, Rakim Allah, Cool G Rap, Slick Rick. We watched the video in the background. KRS-One. You know what I mean? These are some of the. You know what I mean? Yes, it's before them. I shared some of the lyrics from The Message for Melly Mel. We're gonna talk about hip hop history, how it relates to Black Panther in comic books. I wasn't really a big comic book fan. I was always a video game fan. So I'm gonna start bringing some video games to the table, and we're gonna start talking about some video games and how they relate to the culture. Black Panther, how it related to the culture. Eternals, how that related to the culture. You know what I'm saying? But so as I start buying and looking at these books, these old books, I might talk about it when, you know, volume 1 of the Black Panthers. I might talk about volume 1 of the Eternals, and how that related to what's going on today. You know, and just having fun with it, and having fun with my son trying to create some other things as far as, you know, like live streaming gaming and things of that nature. So, you know, we're gonna go on. I'm just wanted to break down again how we're building this page. I really appreciate your time today. I know I really didn't get into that much about cops ain't got on these feds, but I mean it is self-explanatory. You know what I'm saying? The feds is talking about we like I was out there asking the feds to defund them. You know what I'm saying? Then at the same time they telling the feds is going what now? They saying, oh well, you know, these we got hate crimes against Asians with blacks hating of Asians. Come on with all this, and then now we need the cops to. It's like the cycle. That's what we talking about. You know what I mean? How the warfare is going on, because we already let y'all know it's a war going on. Right, there's a culture war going on. There's a culture war word day. We pointing at them. That's them devil. You know, we got to stop saying it. The D word is demonish, is demonic. You know what I'm saying? That's what they D word. Just like we say the N word. That's what they trying to claim we are. We're not the N word. We educated Negroes because of our nice, beautiful skin complexion. You know what I'm saying? That's when Christopher Columbus first came to this country. He was like, indigenous Negroes was already here. It's nothing to argue about. It's the truth. You know, and some people not gonna like that. Just like they don't like men. This is not an MTGOW station. We are going to introduce some beautiful MCs and goddesses. I can't wait to start talking about Lauryn Hill, Queen Latifah. She's the queen to me. But that's enough. I'm going on and on and on. Thank you for your time. I'll be back. Might do another one later on, and really appreciate it. And I'm gonna keep this board up until as we knock things off, I'll start taking things off. But I feel as though I had to refresh and do this quick video for number 6, and I'll do number 7 a little later on. Thanks for your time. See y'all later. 1.
Game on, game on. Welcome to VOLO and Butthead's Tech-a-Palooza, a show all about technology, concerns, positivity, upgrades, news, and what's going on in society today. And we always start off our show with some early videos. For today's videos, we always use VOLO's show because it is so mentally damaging, so we figure it gets the brain pumping for this brain-expanding episode about technology and life. As you know, I am Mr. C Enforcer, a.k.a. Poppy Carl, the bad boy, a.k.a. Black Jesus. And I'm here grooving and moving on the weekend, relaxing, maxing, having a good time. And today we always do our shows in multiple segments. My new show opening is, of course, some videos for a long time to give like a pre-show to the show. We do technology news of today, where I'll go through all current technology news I can find, read through some of the stories, clown a little bit, get some of Volo's opinions, say some stupid things on my part because I am the butthead of this Volo and Butthead Tech-a-Palooza. Then later we are also going to do our Tech Lord of the Week. I was looking for the inventor of the internet, but apparently, obviously, it wasn't one person. How could it be possible, right? But I did find a couple names, and I found something about the history of the internet. So I think that'll be a good thing to go over the internet and how it went from where it is at the beginning to where it is now. And I think that's going to be an outstanding story and review and news commentary segment. An educational segment. Of course, we do got my co-host with me too. He comes by many names. Back in ancient times, he was just known simply as Tautila G. In modern times, throughout the hip-hop era, he was known as VMT. In today's times, he's known as the nigga that meta loves to block. Volo and Tautila G. What's happening, side?
All is good, yo. Saying making some popcorn and shit while you rolling the intros.
Yeah, there it is. That's how it goes down in the hood. Popping corn. That's what we do, man. Gotta have some popcorn for the good stuff. And of course, we do got segments we do with VOLO, such as the video game segment, and also the words of the day from Emo the Devil, or whatever his name is, and other stuff too. So it's cracking, man. Now we're going to do our wrap-up portion of the show where we just talk about stuff that's happened the last few days and current issues. So what's going on there?
And I broke down and gave HBO $10 to watch the Phillies game.
Oh, they got you. Got you. They got you.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I think they won, right?
Yeah, they won too.
Nice.
Yeah, I had to watch. We lost the last two. So it's like I know my dad. He'll watch the game and then cut it off when it gets close or whatever.
Yeah.
So I'm like, y'all probably was giving out bad vibes. So I'm gonna pay for this $10. I'm gonna watch the game.
Hell yeah, I did. I actually came up with a phrase for that, especially once I started doing this Clipper season ticket thing, and I noticed it with football. I was like, dog, I gotta disconnect. I was like, because everything when I'm watching and things get tight, it's like these niggas is in my mind. I was like, God, I hope they don't do this, and they do exactly what I'm worried about them not doing. Like this shit started to freak me out after a while because it became like an 80% hit rate. It's like, all right, we rocking. All they got to do is not do this, and then I mean, like fucking 2 seconds later, like you're playing John Madden on all Madden mode, and you didn't know who you were fucking with. It happens every fucking time, every sport. And I said, man, I'm gonna stop watching. And the minute I decided to completely cut off from the Eagles, didn't watch a single game or the playoffs. They won the fucking Super Bowl. You know what I mean? The first time I did it to the Clippers, they got up to like the last game, like the Western Conference Finals, like that one time they got there and lost. I'm like, okay, this is gold right here. You know, this is gold. So now, and it's no stress. Like even with my fantasy football, I set it up in the morning when I wake up at 10, and I don't look at it again until 10, 11 o'clock at night. And whatnot, because just the stress of me wanting them to do something for that, or even for the game, it's just too much. It's too much because they gonna do whatever they gonna do anyway, and whatnot. And why am I gonna get all upset and get a heart attack and get all mad? You know what I mean?
Nah, so, I gotta watch it.
Yeah, no, yeah, I got homies like that. So I know some people they have to see the end. I gotta watch it. They feel like they missed everything if they didn't see the game. But me, I'm like, this is some tautology stuff. I'm like a statistician, and I know the sport. So it's like if you know the game and you know how the games have gone throughout time and history and memoriam, you can typically look at numbers, innings, errors, pitch counts, batting averages, hits for the day. And same thing with football or basketball. You can look out the amount of shots, the field goal percentages, the amount of free throws he shot. You know what I mean? All that kind of stuff, assists, all that kind of stuff, turnovers. You can look at all that stuff, look at the individual quarter points, and I could give you a full 45-minute story about the game, and it would be 95% accurate. And I haven't seen one dribble. One play. If you want me to give you the real story, let me watch the full highlights of the game. Give me the stats and the numbers and history and actually see the highlights of the game. I can tell you exactly what happened. Besides, there was this one call where this guy took the ball and then didn't give it. Like, nigga, did you see that the nigga shot 22% from the field and turned on the ball 19 times and y'all lost by 4? That wasn't a factor in the loss. So I could see that, you know what I mean? But I notice a lot of people and I gotta see the game. It's like, and you know, they try to discredit me, like, oh, I know what happened, blah 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 blah. Did you see the game? It's like, well, I gotta see the game. The statistics said. The statistics said these are the facts of what happened right here. I don't give a fuck what you saw. That's my logic. So I'm like, why stress out about it? But some people, they love to see the game, and I will admit. There's nothing like seeing a historical, epic sports moment live. You know what I mean? Like it's a total different feeling than seeing the recording or just hearing about it or reading on the newspaper. Like, no, when you're sitting there and all hope is lost, they have fucked up as many times as fuck up can fuck up. It looks like, damn, we done blew this again. Then all of a sudden, a miracle in the Meadowlands occurs. And you're like, oh my God. I've seen it with the Clippers. I see Blake Griffin, we was at the game. All was lost. And Blake Griffin hit a game-winning 3. You know what I mean? I've seen it with the Eagles, with the Meadowlands stuff, with the 4th and 23 thing and whatnot. You know, you see it with the Giants, with the hand on the helmet thing and those things you see. The time that Tracy McGrady scored like 14 points in like 90 seconds to beat the San Antonio Spurs. He had like 4 threes in a row and got fouled on 2 of them. It won the game.
The Reggie Miller against the Knicks.
Reggie Miller, like 8-9 points in like 15 seconds to win the game. You know what I mean? Like hit one, turnover, hit one, push a nigga down. I'm skinny and I push niggas down. You know what I'm saying? That is why I understand why people watch the game. But as
I'm always remember that Reggie Miller one, but that's up there. That might be number 1 or 2. Number 1 is the Eagles Philly call.
So go ahead, explain. People watching.
Dang, see now I don't got the names in, but you know,
go general. Nobody knows. Just go general. Do like white people do. Make up history, nigga.
But no, we was it was you know, the play call was the Philly call where the quarterback rolled out and they threw the pass over the touchdown.
Special.
Yeah, but when he went to the sideline, he said Philly, and that's what I heard and saw. I said, what do you mean by Philly? Like what the fuck they about to do and shit, right? Because you see the whole thing happen live. Yeah. It's like something special about to happen. This nigga went over to the sideline and the coach looked at him. Because you see when Doug looked at him like, if you want to call it, you can call it type shit. Like, go ahead, you got it, do it. And then they did that fake dive or the fake pitch, and then he ran out for the pass for the touchdown.
Yeah. And the irony of that play is Tom Brady literally ran the exact same play earlier, and he just dropped it.
Yep.
So the irony that some dude who is no Tom Brady, less athletic than Tom Brady, less certified than Tom Brady, literally does the exact same play and wins the game on it. Tom Brady probably beat Giselle all night long. That was probably the beginning of the divorce. Like, you know what? I can't take this anymore, Tom. You can't beat my pussy up every time you lose to somebody. Allegedly.
I don't know.
What's another classic historical sports moment you remember like seeing actually like live?
The Reggie Miller one, that's always gonna be in my mind. And thing in baseball was who was that? Was that the Mets where the ball rolled between his legs?
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. The Red Sox and the Mets are.
It was dang,
like the Red Sox Yankees shit or a Mets strong.
It was the Mets. Who was they playing? Who did they beat? Remember the Phillies?
I don't remember.
No, I'm trying to remember that game. I can't remember that game completely now.
Yeah.
The Ricky because I just recently watched that one. The Ricky Waters for who for what game?
Who for what? Yeah.
Yeah. He the whole game he was just like, nah, I'm not gonna no alligator arm and I don't want to get hit. His first game as an Eagle.
I remember that.
I just recently watched that one. Dang, the other Eagles game would be the what's the name kick return or was that a punt return for the game winner?
Like Deshaun Jackson or something?
Yeah, the Deshaun Jackson game. Of course, Bubba's step over what's the name game that over for the Lakers to beat the Lakers in the finals for that first game. Yeah. There's a lot of games, man.
Yeah, I mean it's a lot of classic sports moments, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And like it's all some shit I never thought of. What was the one thing I saw? Oh, I remember the one of the times that convinced me that a game's never over is back in the day when I think it was the Houston Oilers played the Buffalo Bills and Jim Kelly got hurt and they was down by like 40 points in the first half. And me and my homeboy Derek was sitting there playing John Madden because we was like doing like a John Madden marathon. You know, you literally can play John Madden with your boy for 8 to 16 hours, dog, through the night till the sun comes up if nobody stops you, right? So we was on one of them Jones playing the game. He's like, yo, let's run it back type shit. And goddamn, we was at first watching the game, and that's what made us start playing because the game was so out of control. So we turned the radio on and just was listening to the radio while we was playing. And then we just listening to it like, interception, touchdown, interception, touchdown, interception, touchdown. He's like, yo, turn the game back on. I couldn't believe I saw that shit. And Frank Wright had like the greatest comeback in football history and whatnot. Up until I guess there was maybe another one that just beat it recently. But man, I was like, yo, from now on, I'm never going to say a game is over until that goddamn whistle blows. Because you wouldn't, like I said, just like when we used to play John Madden, dog, I'm still doing it now in practice in this 21 joint I've been messing with. Still now, that had never happened. Then I go watch some highlights. There it is. Motherfucker. So that's what's great about history. Any other follow-up stuff?
I'm trying to remember where I was at. But we watched the game. The young boy, me and the young boy, we been riding our bikes every day.
Mm-hmm.
I even had on the day we rode the bikes and I video recorded and shared it with everybody.
Yep.
What else was going on? I mean, that's about it. I mean, we doing same. But what we doing in math? We doing the same thing. We still doing like plotting points on the XY axes and a little bit of linear algebra and trigonometry. Mm-hmm. Like it's funny how they. But I see how they doing it these days. Like they're giving the kids everything at once, and kind of like just to taste every kind of form of mathematics. I'm just using math as one thing in general. Mm-hmm. And then I can see like I scroll through his textbook and see how they're going to bring it all together in the end. But basically his I mean. These are elementary school textbooks. I already had those type of books that I was kind of amazed in college when I studied math on how they laid out these elementary school books, and they did cover everything that I already did in college. It's just that they really didn't push the definitions like that. They kind of push the definitions now a little bit more so, and tying it all together with him so that I'm able to show him a little bit of calculus. You know what I mean? Those higher function ones, abstract algebra and stuff like that, and him really grasp onto it and be able to do it with, it's just not just arithmetic, and that's why like a lot of people mess up on arithmetic because they don't know the laws, so that's the other thing. I guess we're going to revisit mean, median, and mode soon too, because he is getting more back into statistics because they jump around. But then when it comes to his reading, they let the kids read anything they want, really, pretty much.
What's that?
They let them read anything that they want, pretty much. Mm-hmm. He's been reading a couple comic books and things like that. I shared the first Peanuts episodes that, well, his grandpa, my dad got him that book. It's a dope book though, and I'm still pushing the very first episode where Charlie Brown was just walking down the street. The kid was like, "Good old Charlie Brown, good old Charlie Brown," and then as soon as he walked away, it was like, "I hate that." You know what I'm saying? And just the themes behind that and everything. So, having fun, man. That's all I'm doing. Educating the boy and learning at the same time. I pulled out the old calculus book and then did a nice calculus meme for everybody, and try to just to give them a taste of where we headed with this.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I think parental involvement is the number one thing when it comes to education with the child. I think that's what staggered like most people's education, because the school system really doesn't care. And when you get home, if the parent isn't really like helping the kid kind of work through their frustration with maybe homework or the process of it, or helping them figure it out an easier way to go through a process, or give them a strategy for studying, a strategy for doing work. You know what I mean? Like a structure. Mm-hmm. What kids I always noticed did the best in school? The kids whose parents made them do their homework immediately after school.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't one, and neither were any of the other people I knew. You know what I mean? And 90% of kids don't do this, but I noticed the other kids that were in my class, boy or girl, if they did their homework the minute they got home from school, mind you, it's smart because it's still fresh in your brain from the day. Right? Instead of going home and playing and putting 27 video games in between what you learned that day, go home and it's quite easy to do your homework right after school. Right? And then you got the rest of the day to play. Instead of the rest of the day, and then your parents like, "Oh, do your homework, you ain't doing it yet." And then you're doing the 6, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 o'clock. Maybe after 8, you got the itis. You know what I mean? Arsenio's coming on. Shit like that. And I was like, damn. And it's because their parents made it a point. And also, a second thing, you're actually teaching him stuff. You're actually working through problems with him. My parents' strategy for doing homework was, "Boy, do your homework." And I'll say, "Why?" "Because I said so." I'm like, I don't think you guys understand. That is not a motivational strategy. Parental Hitler, right? Like, no, tell me why. Tell me that I can get scholarships. Tell me that I'll make a lot of money one day. Tell me that, hey, if you get really good grades, I won't have to pay for college. And then I can use all my money to just give you on the side so you can actually have extra money at school. Maybe even have a car as a freshman. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
You tell a kid that in high school, "Oh, I'll be up in class just A-B." You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I know what it does, but before, it had no purpose. When you would see your parents wouldn't explain to you, that guy right there probably either started a business or got into the stock market, or that guy right there probably got really good grades. You know what I mean? And that's why he doesn't have debt, or he went to a school, and then once you go to certain schools, you kind of automatically get dope jobs sometimes. Like back when we were coming up, if you went to Harvard, it was pretty much guaranteed you was going to make good money just because of the name of the school. You know what I mean?
Mm.
It got watered down in the modern era. You know, our cousin Melissa went there too.
Melissa.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, as it got watered down in modern times, and people say, "Oh, well, anybody can go to Harvard." But back in the day, it used to be a value to it. Like, but nobody told you about that in elementary school or high school, or oh yeah, you know what I'm saying, or understood things like being what nobody knew what a graphic designer was. That wasn't like a job idea, mind you. Every single day we are buying boxes and toys and hats and clothes, like literally. Everything you see in this collage of junk is graphic design, including this shirt and this hat and the logo on VOLO's page and the logo on the screen. Yet, I don't think there's a single parent in any Black community, middle class and down, that has ever told their parents, you know, maybe you want to be a graphic designer. Your whole job is to draw and play with colors and shit. And smoke weed. Haven't met a successful graphic designer yet. You know what I'm saying? They all obviously smoke some fucking weed. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, wow, these people are getting a job making $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, $100,000, and they literally get paid to draw.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting here worried about doing all this other hard shit. You see what I'm saying?
I know exactly what you. But yeah, just two quick stories. One is I do naturally implement that with him. Like as soon as he come home from school, we ride the bikes.
Mm-hmm.
Then after you ride the bikes, it's all right. Do your homework. I'll cook. He does his homework. I'll cook, and then any questions he asks, I'll throw some thoughts, ideas. I don't do it for him. He pretty much figures it out on his own.
Yeah. You just gotta walk him to the water a little bit.
And I'll give him a little taste of what's on the next page or whatever, you know, the next chapter. And then after he finishes his homework, he'll play a game, or we'll play a game together or whatever. And then next day, like that's the routine for the school year. Now we did have a parents teachers night, and when I went to the parents teachers night, it was another, like when I went to his math class, he has advanced math. Yeah. So I seen the calculators they use they already using TI 83 or 84 calculators.
The engineering calculators.
Yeah, so they have a bunch of them in the room that they used in class. I was going to get him one soon, so he can use it at home too. That way he can.
Yeah. Back in the day, them just like 200 back in the day.
Yeah, now they only a buck.
I guess so. With the modern technology advances, they probably are cheap now, right?
Yeah, there's even an app on the phone that you can simulate it on your phone. Yeah. But I do want to get him one, and that way you can have one at home to play with too, and learn how to program. But when I was in the class, there's one parent. I could see him being a math guy too. Yeah, because he went immediately, like as soon as he seen the textbook, he went immediately and picked up the textbook. So I'm following right behind him, is like pick up the textbook too, and I scroll through it real quick just to see what how the textbook looks, because they don't bring the textbooks home. Yeah, and you know what I mean. So it to me it wasn't my son versus your son, but that's what the appearance game is, because we the only two dads in the place actually going over and picking up the textbook. Actually, checking out the calculators real quick, kind of a thing, and but
because most dads don't even care about that kind of shit. They don't care. They schooled the same stuff that was in their books back in the day, and there's no way that they could be teaching them anything I disagree with. Because if they were, my wife would be bitching about it. That's the logic. If there was something going on, my wife would be bitching about it. That's what guys think. You know what I mean? Oh, everything must be fine. What? Oh, yeah, that's a kid hanging from the roof. No, my wife hasn't said a word. Must not be a problem. Right? That's how good that's father.
Allegedly.
That's it. That's dope. That's dope. But no, yeah, parental involvement is very important, because when I worked at schools with kids, I could bang some stuff into their head all day in class, work on the kid all week. The kid would go from being literally damn near illiterate on Monday to being pretty much goddamn Shakespeare by Friday and excited about reading, right? will go home, come back Monday, and be dumber than the Monday I met him before. It's like the parents actually suck the shit out of them. Like, I was amazed. I was like, and I thought about it. And one time, I have another story about parents being involved. This one parent, we had an event for the kids on Saturday. We barely have events, like one every. This is like one of 2 events we had the entire like 2 years I was there. We had a Saturday event that the kids were supposed to come to and whatnot. And the mom was picking her up from school. It's like, we're inviting the parents to come out on Saturdays, this thing. And, we were doing everything. It didn't cost them nothing but time, right? And the kids like, oh, Mom, please come. It's going to be great. The kids wanted the kids. And the mom's like, huh. And she was like this old, a slightly healthy built Puerto Rican young lady. She said, what? I got hair appointment tomorrow. I ain't got no time for that. Get in the car. And then I just like, oh my God, this is why Yesenia is so dumb.
Mm-hmm.
Because the opportunities presented to even fix the fact that your child is struggling, that we're presenting for free.
Mm-hmm.
Your hair is your top concern. You are a Puerto Rican girl. You better go home and throw that bitch up in a ponytail and shut the fuck up. Anyway, I just think it should be legal to have parents spanked alongside of their children. That's all I'm saying. It's like, you two motherfucker, line up. Fuck this shit. Call your mom. Tell her she got to be here at 4:30. Everybody getting spanking in this bitch. It's part of law number 16/5, call for president, first 100 days. I'll tell you, my first 100 days going to be off the chain. Dog.
I know. It's like, dang.
Everybody days gonna be off the chain, cause I'm just gonna do like a spreader shotgun. I'm gonna just cut the front of the shotty off. Y'all all getting hit. First 100. Get everybody out here. They gonna be like, oh my God, this guy. Hey. Should have never made up executive orders. Y'all done messed up. I'm gonna sign 5 a day. We just be making shit up on the fly.
Mine be bugged out.
I don't give a fuck. All flaggers go to Guantanamo. Shit. Don't give a fuck.
Because it's not the unions. It is the, because the parents that showed up, that was a very interesting day, but this how this community does it. Mm-hmm. And they have us go to, their blocks, like we the students or whatever, and you meet a couple of their teachers or whatever for whatever day that is that week. Mm-hmm. And that was cool. Like it was a good. But I know a lot of the people in it because I've been working in this community for a while.
Yeah.
So I do bump into a lot of them that I was with the Cub Scouts with, and just seeing them around and stuff like that. So.
Is this the one where you guys go and you like sit in the kid's desk like your children?
Yeah. And then you go to
that about it.
Yeah, you go to first, second, third block or whatever. You don't do the gym and everything, but you do most of their classes. You kind of go science and 30 or 40 minutes. English, and then it's funny because
your animal.
They'll sneak in things that's like questionable. Like, well, what class did I go to? I think it was the history class, and he had God written on the blackboard, and it's like, nigga, you allowed to do that?
Right.
But he just was testing the waters to see if any of us would, reject him putting that as a reference into whatever the topic was that he was talking about,
Yeah.
It is their way to test the waters and see if they got any true crazy, pussy on the head leftist in as a parent,
Yeah.
Willing to, no, you're not going to teach my boy that he's a girl or whatever,
Yeah. The Prussian school system, they got to keep it rocking, man. Got to keep it rocking. Shout out to Prussia.
I know.
Hang on. I need some tobacco. One moment.
Oh, okay.
Video game stuff.
Oh, so video games. Sonic came out, and we've been playing Sonic all week.
Yeah.
And of course, he mentioned to this, like when we went to go get it, when we went to go buy it on Tuesday, I thought we bought it. His team I bought it for him. You know how they do it.
Yeah.
I put $10 down on it 2 months ago. Next thing you know, the next day he had the money to buy it. So
out of nowhere, huh?
Yeah. So we went and bought it on Tuesday, and then when we was there, the lady was like, she trying to sell the joint. Like, well, you want to put money down for the Mario, which came out Friday.
Yeah.
And I'm like, nah, we good, but Dad ain't gonna get that game for you. Well, Santa Claus is gonna get you that game for Christmas or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
And wink, wink type shit, right?
Yeah.
But so the lady at the store was like, well, if you don't put $10 down on it, like if you don't pre-order it, you might not be able to get it type shit. She's trying to get the sale. And I'm like, all right, this bitch. Yeah, like you're gonna be completely sold out, and he ain't gonna be able to get it for Christmas type shit, right? So
yeah,
he calls his dad out right away then and there. Like, well, dad, I was like, listen. So I'm trying to explain to them, like, they just trying to sell it to him or whatever. And but you know how dad is. If he watched the game and do this for me, like, listen, man, he don't need both games right now. Only one game now and one for Christmas. Like, you know what I'm saying? So his dad went and got him the game for Friday and shit.
Okay, so this is with grandparents. Number one.
Yeah, this is just grandparents.
On some street shit. We got to talk about grandparents on some street shit right quick. Grandparents on some fuck you nigga shit, right? Like, everything they would have never did for you. All that bullshit they told you don't need 2 games. Don't you already got that game? No, motherfucker, no. I don't. I know what games I got, motherfucker. You don't. You get what I'm saying? But it's all this shit. Oh, but let me have a motherfucking kid. They be everything I say don't get the nigga they gonna get. Everything I say, hey, let's wait 2 weeks. Nope, gotta get it 3 days from now. Hey, don't feed my child a bunch of sugar and coke before you bring him home, nigga. Nope. I'm not only going to feed him sugar and coke, I'm going to buy the nigga edible some weed too. Fuck it. Like, goddamn, like, you was against weed. No, I get high now. And, you know what I mean? On some Jada Pinkett. Like, I do psychedelics with my grandchildren out this bitch. Like, what the fuck? Like, I think it's perfectly legal. And you, once again, first 100 days. That if you have actual proof that your parents are usurping you, I think we should have a parental celebrity MMA match. You should be able to get there. It's both your parents against you, and if you can take them both, they no longer allowed to violate your parental rules. Tony 2024, first 100 days.
No. Yeah. What's his name? Ray White. He's the one that came up with that. They in on it. That's his shit, right? And that's what he's the one. So he's the one I give credit to bringing that. My awareness that to my enlightenment. My awareness of
clarify.
The in on the thing. Clarify. Meaning they in on it. Meaning just like you were just saying with the grandparents, it's like, I go to pick him up this morning, and it's like, well, why are you here so early? And then she got 3 eggs and whole bunch of bacon and cooking for him, and it's like, Mom, like, that's too much food to be eating for breakfast, like. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same thing with these damn Democrats. It's like, Mom, they Biden just said, I'm going to enslave you. And it's like, well, he Trump's going to do the same thing. It's like, so what are you in on it?
And you know what they have no idea.
They do. That's the whole thing. Once I started talking about like, Mom,
the other day, when I said that people are accidentally subverting the people they love the most at every turn and aspect, and it's under the guise of love and protection. Like, how do you fight that? That is an unfightable battle. Like, how you like, oh, stop loving and protecting me in your perspective. Like, how do you rationalize that to somebody? You get what I'm saying? Like it's literally, it's like you said, they're in on it's like this large conspiracy that they're like, no, let's just hold tight. Let's just stick to the protocol. We got it for 100 years straight. Let's keep it rolling, right? And no matter what you say, no matter what you show them, no matter what you tell them, no matter how much proof it is, they're always convinced that the Bloods on the other side of the street are going to come mess with their Crip gang. Like, you know, there's more than 2 gangs, right? There's like 15 gangs. There's not just these 2 gangs. There's not just Russia. America. Oh, well, you know, Russia. If we don't, you know, send money to Ukraine, Russia. If we don't ignore Africa, Russia. If we don't let China do whatever they want, Russia. If we don't, we doing something to Russia because of China. Oh, we doing something because of China because of Kim Jong. It's always like this other person they throw on you. Like, it's never like I'm messing with them because of them. It's like, well, nah, I really wouldn't even be doing this, but you know, these dudes over here might do what they trying to not do. So what I'm gonna do is preemptively strike and then tell you to shut up. Yes, they are in on it, and they don't even know it. That is
that sounds like, I don't know, man. I think they gotta know, because as soon as I say, you know what, Michelle Obama, I'm not in it. I don't want to know. I don't want to talk about it. She was on Oprah. Like, listen, no, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to be involved. Like, well, wait a minute.
Be involved, but yet you go vote.
But you sound like you in on it. Like,
in on it. Like, in on it. You know this food is unhealthy. You know it's killing this. Nah, this is just healthy. What you talking about?
You're gonna hit with cookies and tasty cakes, and then y'all get a pizza yesterday. Yeah, it's gone. All right, you know, help me to help you. What was that? What's the name movie, right?
Yeah. No. I was calling on the internet because dude was like, he was like, hey, what do you say? What do you do? People, you know, because he said everybody doesn't have confidence or believe in themselves. I was like, man, shoot, I believe myself so much. I'll be running around yelling, I'm Black Jesus, telling people I'm here to save them from themselves. I'm here to save you from you. Because that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to save me from me. Every day I'm fighting this battle to save me from me. And in trying to save myself from me, I figure out what the fuck wrong with you. And once I fix, a bus gave me one of my final lessons. A bus gave me one of my final lessons this year. Not a person, not a car, years of the planet, knowing all I know. It took a bus to finally get me like, okay, dude. It's time to appreciate the opportunity you've been provided. And I think even though I knew it before, that bus, and that's what it takes. It takes a bus, Volo. Mind you, the young lady you're talking about got flipped up in the air 18 feet by a bus and went straight to work because boss needed that. So, like I said, how do you fight it? This is a movie, like low-key, a movie about that, like from the perspective of the person is like, and this the entire movie is just people just like on the net, John. Like, are y'all all in on it? It's 8 billion people. How are 7.9 billion people in on it? And nobody knows.
They know.
They know, but they ain't trying to.
I swear they be looking at me like, will you please be quick? Yo, I'll be at work. They be like, I'll be at work and working. It's like, what are you doing? You're working too hard. It's like, what do you mean? I'm here to work. Like,
yeah, it's like you're a troublemaker out this joint.
So then when I tell them, like, yeah, I worked at Rite Aid and they fired me because I was working too hard because they don't want their stores to get better. They going to fire us all and then go bankrupt. And damn it if they ain't going bankrupt.
Yeah.
2 years later. So now I can't sue them for firing and what is it called? Wrongful termination. I can't sue them now because they that shit was like I wasn't in on it.
Yeah, you weren't in on it. Man, you weren't in on it. I'm telling you, you're not in on it. And it's like this on all tiers of society. It's not just parents and grandparents. This is really all tiers of society. Sports. Look at James Harden just found out he is not in on it. Like, yes, that's why he's in Houston right now in the strip club. Like, I thought I was in on it all this time. I really thought these niggas, I thought I was part of the team. No. Nobody's part of the team. Didn't you see the George Carlin skit? It's a nice club and you are not in it.
Did they traded him?
Huh?
Did they traded him?
No, they didn't trade him, but he didn't come to practice. He's not playing. He's in Houston. We just had a game. He wasn't at the game.
What is he doing in Houston? Oh, we don't know, huh?
I know what he's doing in Houston. It's some very large-butted women in Houston and a lot of strip clubs. That's what's in Houston. And a lot of black people. You want to know what James Harden's doing? Just go to Paul Wall's Instagram. I'm sure he's in the background.
Yeah, you know these Philly chicks asking for a credit card.
Yeah, they credit card. Man, I had a homeless dude hit me with that shit. I said, fam, I just can't do that. He's like, no, I got a little joint. I was like, yeah, I'm not doing that with you. That shit is instant fraud, nigga. You crazy? Fuck away from me, nigga. You actually made this comedy skit about that, like a guy robs you, and he's like, I don't got no cash on me. And then he turns his gun to the side, and on the side of his gun is a credit card slider. Like, nah, just put it in there. It would not. That's actually a great take. Let me see if I can find that skit. Let me see.
Like, how he probably self-built that shit. Like, dude, if you can build some shit like this, why ain't you got a business going? You know?
I mean, you could easily do that nowadays with the internet. Mm-hmm. And the type of you could actually build a gun that does have a slider on the side. Mm-hmm. You already got the mobile ones that the hacker guys use to storage for skimming.
That's on the list. The 3D printer is on my list.
Yep. What was I thinking? Oh, I'm gonna go to our skip backs page. One moment. Any other video game stuff going on?
So he got both games, and I must admit I mean, they both beautiful. It is a straight cartoon, 2-dimensional, 2D cartoon you playing.
Yeah.
And you know what I mean? He's all caught up in the Mario one. He's like, yo, this, like, he liked the Sonic, but he's like, yeah, the Mario is a little more polished than what Sonic is, because Sonic has a little slide to it, like, and they make it hard, like the accuracy is a little off. You know what I mean? There's a certain polish to Mario that Nintendo has over Sega, and whatever. But they both look great, and he's been playing. But with the game we've been playing together, was Mario Kart. Mm-hmm. So we had another Mario Kart race. What we're gonna do is we're gonna, whenever we can, we'll have a race or two, and we're trying to max out the whole system. All the races and stuff on there. So today he beat me 3 games to 3 races to 1 again. I beat him on like the 3rd race. And I barely beat him. I beat him by like inches. Nice. So, but it was a great battle, and I mean, Mario Kart is a great game, man. So I'm thinking that would be probably the next big game on their new system would be Mario 9 or whatever they do, Mario Kart 9. Because Mario Kart 8 is the greatest, little racer game. Next to the, I've been doing the F-Zero 99 too. That's a cool game too. Yeah. That F-Zero is more how willing are you going to go before getting blown up to try to win the race type thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's basically spaceship racing.
Yeah.
On the ground, like, damn, that sounds as dangerous as it sounds.
Yeah, it's a great game, though. Oh man, it's good. It's pandemonium.
The tracks are amazing.
Yeah, so I don't really be pushing it, and I've been doing 50 top 50 and stuff. But if I'm starting to really max it out and push it so that I can go across the finish line with a dot left of my damage before I blow up. Yeah. That's when you maximize.
Right. Of course, track memorization is a factor too.
Yeah, that too. You know what I mean?
All right, I'm just brushing my face. All right, so here's a video about. I found that video on our Skip Bags page. So shout out to Skip Bags. You know, fair use, Skip Bags Entertainment. That's my people, so don't worry about it. This is our stuff, and this is one of our videos from our Skip Bags page. And check out. This is our stick up troll. Let me take this down so you can see it. Make it really big, and let's pause. I'm gonna turn the music down a little bit so it doesn't distract too much. All right.
Are you serious, Waze?
Hey, just stay calm and give me all the cash.
No, man, please don't hurt me, man. All my cash is in the bank.
I'm not gonna hurt you, man. It's fine. Just take out your debit card and slide it right here.
Really?
Yeah, man. It's 2017. Technology. Just swipe it right there.
I can't swipe it, man. It's a chip. It's not going to work.
I got a chip reader right here. Go ahead and enter your PIN. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, go ahead. I'm not looking. Oh, hey, not so fast. Let it finish. Don't take it out yet. Come on, you know how this works. Let's start the transaction all over.
Jesus Christ, I didn't know this was going to be a process.
Sometimes it takes a while, so please be patient while the transaction proceeds. Oh, there you go. Alrighty, just sign right there. Yeah. And if you were satisfied with
Nah, I ain't leaving you no tip, man. You done took all my money.
All right, maybe next time.
Whatever, man.
Hey, I'm so fast. Do you want a receipt?
Oh, man, keep it. Just keep it.
Hey, man, don't forget, leave me a review on Yelp. 5 stars.
That's right. Skip Bags, baby. We used to make some banging stuff. Damn, I miss those days when we were making skits on a regular basis, man. How you like that?
That was funny.
Yeah. That's a comedian that's actually getting really popular right now. His name is Yorsey Thomas. He's one of our homeboys here. You look him up, you'll see he's probably in the next 5 years going to be somebody you actually see like out on like TVs and movies and stuff. That black guy. Yorsey Thomas. He's from like Chicago or Detroit.
Yeah.
So you can even see we did that back in 2017 and whatnot. And that was 5 years after I got here. And even then, with what they did then, it wasn't really obviously feasible. But I would say now, I bet you what we just saw is completely feasible on a weapon. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Yep. Because all you need the phone for the internet. Hook the 2 devices up to the phone. You know what I mean? Have a reader. Because you know when you go to the Mac store, you've been in the Mac store, right?
Uh-huh.
What they got you paying on?
The phones.
I don't even like that shit. I'm like, nigga, why you pulling your phone out your pocket? Like, nigga, I don't like you using your personal phone to charge me shit, my nigga. Like, he like, no, this is for no, fuck the phone they give you, nigga. That's bullshit. You going home with this, my nigga. Fuck out of here. Nigga, you walk around with an iPhone 3 and shit out this bitch. It's 2023. Why that shit so old? That shit is hackable, nigga. Fuck out of here. I don't like that shit. I won't go to the store and shop for that shit. That should be, I'll be uncomfortable every time. Like, I'm thinking, yo, man. I'm like, yo, man. I don't like coming in here, man. I feel like they stealing my shit. Scanning my face for my replacement body, you know, once the Eon Flux years kick in. And the cloud becomes life.
Well, I'm in the streets now, so I see them, still begging, And my thought process is, how do I get a phone in their hand so that they can do the same thing? Because a lot of people that do the gig apps, like I told you, I met one guy that he was driving up and down the East Coast in a Volkswagen Bug, like he back in the 70s, and I think he was a millionaire. You know what I mean? Just having conversations with him. Very intelligent guy, and he was selling his house from down south, and he was moving north. And while he was moving back and forth in his little old 1970 Volkswagen Bug that he was living in, he was, go work for a day and then travel, or he'll be there for 3 days, sleeping in his van or whatever, and then, traveling up and north and down. And like Robbie was kind of doing it for a while, but Robbie been settling down in Arizona again. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, now they call it van life. Some people call it off the grid living. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because once again, go back into the housing prices. Houses and stuff are so expensive nowadays. Would I rather spend $450,000 on a house, or maybe spend $15,000 a year traveling and living free and not worrying about shit and doing what I want, right? Mm-hmm. Basically, it's like, what's the option? And most of these people, especially if he's older, is he older?
Yeah, he had me by like 10 years or so.
Okay, he's retired. So I had this comedian I met out here. His name is Mystery Dan, and he was a retired lawyer. So ever since he was 20 to I think he was 60 something when I met him. He was a lawyer. He said he used to do a lot of big stuff, like would make crazy money. But he said it used to be really stressful and it drove him to be an alcoholic and whatnot, right? So he finally retired and he stopped being an alcoholic and whatnot. And he just had money. He said, Carl, he started doing comedy. He said, Carl, I basically have enough money saved that I can take the next 6 to 10 years and just do comedy and not worry. And he had an apartment like right off of a decent street. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. It was like a legit apartment. And he was like, yeah, I got enough money to cover me for like maybe 3 or 4 years, but I can probably stretch it out depending on how things go for 6 to 10 years. Then I could either decide to go off and like fully retire like that guy. So he's probably one of those guys that when he was younger, he used to hammer away. But that shit, man, that getting money shit, it wears on you, bro.
Yeah.
And whatnot. And if you're not lucky enough to be put on the game early in life, to do the money hustle late in life, it would basically put you in a coffin.
Yeah.
So a lot of them, after a while, they probably, I'm done with this grind shit. I just want to like not have to hustle for once, or worry for once, or whatever, you know what I mean? Or shit on other people just so I can get money. Like that shit builds up over time. That's why you look at these politicians, they look so half sunken out and dead, you know. They've been doing this game for so long, it takes their mind. They're like, how these guys got all this money? They got Medicare for all, so they got the best health care in the country. They got money, so they should be eating the best food, fully taken care of, right? Mm-hmm. How the fuck is every politician always getting Alzheimer's, always having heart attacks and seizures, and their bodies are deteriorating by 70? And these are the most financially successful and taking care of people on the planet. Because what it is, just like Barack Obama had all black hair when he first came in and was all gray when he came out. There is a stress to not handling your business in a moral, honest way. That, you know, can you sleep at night? Yeah, you might get on camera and look like you and you got your stuff going, but I'm looking at your hair. I'm looking at your brain deterioration. And you know what that tells me? Man, this shit's eating you alive inside. And is it worth it? I'd rather live 200 years. I'd rather live to 150, and I'll tell you why. Because over time, by the time I get to when I get to 100 years old, just on the strength of being along enough, putting shit out there, having stock, having stuff I own, having my little 401ks and whatever else, and getting jobs, and just over time, just from simple existence, I'm going to eventually be rich just by being alive. You know what I mean? Eventually having so many songs out and videos out and doing other stuff and other things happening. And then once I get to such an age, now people are going to be like, wait, this guy's 125 years old. Let me interview him. So then now I'm the oldest guy in the world. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. So it's like, what is it worth running myself into a grave at 50 just to be rich? When the fact is that 2 to 3 generations, 70% of the people that get rich lose the money. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So you got people talking shit to you about rich people. You know how you criticize somebody rich like Will Smith, right? And how he shouldn't get divorced. And Will Smith's got money, you can't. Well, I don't know if Will Smith knows this, but his children's children, third generation, are most likely going to squander every single thing he built, worked, and had a whole fake personality for. Will Smith is a character. He said it himself. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Now it's driving him crazy. All the smacking and embarrassment and all this. 60 years from now, there's a 70% chance that every single dollar he has. Like, imagine this, because see, I'm going to be alive still. And one day I'm going to be looking at the news. And I'm going to see on the news, it's going to be like, oh, man. It's going to be like TMZ, 40,000. You know, and they're going to be like in space, a hologram. He's like, oh, my God. The Smith grandchildren have recently put up a GoFundMe because they're broke. And they had to sell Will Smith's catalog. You get what I'm saying? But not for money. They had to sell it to cover their debts and bills because they filed for full bankruptcy and they had to give up the entire catalog to not go to jail type shit. And that's what's going to be in the news in 60 years about Will Smith's grandchildren. Same thing with Michael Jackson's grandchildren. Once Joe Jackson and the rest of them fully kick off and anybody with discipline is left and them half-breeders get into it, because those motherfuckers are a bunch of talentless crackers. I don't know what Mike was thinking, fucking that white bitch. You know, you should fuck one big booty black girl, dog. Like, these motherfuckers is talentless, small, unathletic, and shit. Like, fuck, shit. Come on, Mike. You could have nutted into one fat bitch. Damn. White ass baby.
Yeah, I just passed your game on sale on Nintendo Switch. I'm just window shopping. Zombies Ate My Neighborhood and Ghoul Patrol is on sale for $7.50.
That's a class. That's the old school shit.
Yeah.
Zombies Ate My Neighborhood. I forgot about that. That was my joint back in the day.
The hilarious because I got HBO now. Mm-hmm. So right now I just got The Hobbit running in the background, the original cartoon. I'm gonna watch that Batman maybe tomorrow. I ain't watched that new Batman yet. So that was another reason why I got this.
Oh yeah. So what is on HBO? Like, do a commercial for them right now. Why, besides baseball, should I buy HBO, whatever it's called?
Well, I'm into my Batman phase right now. So you got all the DC versus Marvel. I like both of them. So I'm gonna check out this new Batman. And then which one? One of the Batmans I was watching too. I can't think of it off the top of my head. I don't feel like scrolling through this thing. I was going to get into. And then my son, he likes all the kiddie stuff on there. The preteen stuff, so he's still watching them. So he'll be happy that I got it too, because he's been asking me to do that. But I think I'm only going to keep it for a month. That's the new phase of things. Just not keep it for a month. Write my little lineup. I ain't writing my lineup yet of what I'm watching on it, but mainly the Batman. Not to be bold. I can't think of the name of it. I started watching, and then another. Oh no, that's on the other station. Is we've been watching Avatar too. So. Just a couple shows like that. And a couple of these DC movies. I watched the Batman movie, and I might watch the Justice League again because that was pretty good. The way they redid it was kind of dope. On the Zach cut of the movie.
Yeah,
I might watch that one more time.
All that's on Amazon too. Like, I've been for the last 3 weeks, I've been going on this DC film doc because I was always watching the Marvels one. And I always I watched these ones, so I kind of shined them over, but I never actually got into their actual universe. So to me, all the DC movies never connected. You know what I mean? They all seem like, they're just like individual piecemeals. But now that I went back and watched all the Wonder Womans, all the stuff, all the Batmans and Supermans and Batman versus Supermans and the Justice Leagues and all that, I'm like, oh, it literally is all in perfect sync. Everything makes sense. The problem is that DC has 9 really shitty movies in between.
with I like the first Wonder Woman that 80 was it 1985.
The Wonder Woman was off the chain, dog. Like I liked it at first, but I thought that I was frustrated because I didn't understand why they did the first one in the 40s, right? I was like, oh, why are they doing it in the 40s? But I was like, but then again, I guess I was like, because even the one I watched, I was a Wonder Woman 88 or whatever it was called guy, right? Or 80, whatever it's called. Right?
85, I think it is.
85. So when I think of Wonder Woman, I'm like, what's this shit? I was like, but I forget there were old Wonder Woman shows too for the wartime age. But then I saw the second one, 88, and I was like, why did they make this 88? And people was like, oh, it's because I listened to idiots. Oh, it's a whole different movie. It doesn't make sense. She can fly and this is that and the third. I was like, well, damn, if you saw the old movie, they had like a whole conversation about flying and catching the wind. And then she finally figured it out in the 88 one. When she like got thrown out of a plane or some bullshit or some crazy shit. You know what I mean? And she thought she was gonna die. She finally figured out how to fly. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And so it's all linked. Where is Wonder Woman flying? How did she get the invisible plane? Well, she got the invisible plane because it was like some government shit that the niggas just stole. You know what I mean? It wasn't like she threw the lasso. Like on a TV, they make it seem like you just threw the lasso on it, or like the Amazons made it. Nah, in the movie, it's a weapon. It's like a Firefox. It's some Firefox shit. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That movie back in the day. But it's an invisible drone. So that's how they can like roll and shit after that. You know what I mean?
So, but Trevor was in her head then.
Mm-hmm. He was in her head, and when he came back, his soul was back, but the person she's actually looking at did not look like him. Okay. It was basically whatever this weird magic was because of that thing that was found. It basically took him from whatever area he was and switched him into another dude's body. And I'm sure that guy would be theoretically transposed into his location, right?
Okay, I guess.
So she's kissing somebody that looks nothing like the dude she was in love with, but his soul was in there. And since she's a kind of a magical eternal bitch, she sees the world in you. So that's what they're trying to make it seem like. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And she recognizes, and once she knows who he is, she remembers him as he was, as he is. You know what I mean? Because even when he looked in the mirror, he saw another nigga. But
I do remember a lot of that, but I was in and out on the movie, so I was in and out on that one.
Yeah, I was saying watch the old one, then watch that 88 shit, and also watch those Aquamans and the Batmans and the Supermans in between and all that. Oh man,
I wonder if that Flashpoint. I wonder if that's on here. Let me see. Now you got me. Now I gotta check.
Yeah, check. Why not?
Because that Flashpoint might be the one the cartoon one.
Well, is there anything that HBO subscription specializes in? Like, we have this specifically, something like Disney, they get all the Marvel stuff, for example, like that kind of shit.
Yeah, they get all the DC stuff. Let me see. They get all the DC, Discovery, Cartoon Network, Adult Swim, TLC, Food Network, bitch ass own.
They ain't owned by nobody but
Bird. I gotta stop doing that just because it's Oprah, right? Sesame Street Workshop. That might be interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder if what's the name's on here. Let's see. Okay, so it's all the Sesame Streets on here.
Oh, classic. Can you tell me how to get to Sesame Street?
All right, but it's straight Sesame Street. It's not Jim Henson. I was looking for his Muppet movies. What's the name of that movie?
The Muppets Take Manhattan?
No, I'm looking more so Labyrinth.
The Dark Crystal?
Yeah, the Dark Crystal. Yeah, exactly.
Classic film.
Oh, it's funny because I was watching something on the Disney when they mentioned Chicken Run.
I already told you my theory about that, right?
Yeah. And I remember watching that now. I might only watched it once.
No, I'm telling you,
I never studied that movie.
Fam, go back and look at it from a pro black perspective, damn near basically the main chickens and the haters is your Martin Luther King, Malcolm X almost perspective. We're caged, black people can't fly. We trying to escape. We're like black people like birds that don't know how to fly, but you're still fucking birds. So you can figure out how to make your own way out. Like the movie Radio Flyer. It was the chicken cartoon version of Radio Flyer, but in the perspective of the black or / minority struggle. Yeah, look at it from that perspective, man.
Oh, so it was actually Wonder Woman 84. Okay,
84. There you go. 84.
Yeah, they made it the same year as 1984.
84. Yeah. 84. There you go. Classic. Now
they got the X-Men on here. X-Men Days of Future Past is on here. That's a good one.
Nice.
Suicide Squads are on here.
Yeah. Is that the one where Wolverine he goes back or something?
Yeah. Lucy's on here. Avatar. Oh, yeah. They got some they got some mixture on here. Mortal Kombat's on here.
Yeah.
Blade Trinity is on here. So they got some.
The hell's Wesley Snipes at, by the way?
He's been chilling. But I've been watching Batman Begins and I watched Batman Begins and Dark Knight on what's the other one? Netflix. That's been on Netflix. That's what I've been watching that on.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I like it. I like all that stuff. I haven't gotten to that joke on it when I seen that old Jokers, because I was like, at first, I was like, the way it was advertised and commercialized and the way people talk about it, I didn't understand the relation of that recent prequel Joker, where he was the stand-up comedian.
Uh-huh.
It would not, and the other movies. But now when I think of all the Batman movies, no matter how they were made, who they were made by, or what actor was in it, there was this continuing theme of the Pearl, the guns, how they died. There was always rotation, always, even in the cartoons, around the Joker possibly being the actual criminal. But then I was like, well, how's the guy that was the actual criminal? Number one, he probably would have been immediately arrested if he was that petty of a criminal, right? To be robbing niggas in the street. Or they said he worked his way up after that. I was like, I don't believe that. You know what I mean? Because the taking out of Batman's parents never made sense. Like, he's rich. The guy's robbing him. The dude, it's no reason for him to even fight over the money, right? Which means the guy was not there for the money, even though they did it to cover to make it look like a robbery going bad. There's no reason for Thomas Wayne to fight. There's no reason for his wife to try to fight and run at, you know what I mean, to get with the dudes. The dudes didn't just like take their money and then calmly shoot them. No, everyone you see about the incident, there's always a discussion. And he's like, oh, and he's like, they say you deserve this. Remember that? They say you deserve this. That ain't no, you deserve the robbery stuff. You get what I'm saying? Which tells me that the movie with the Joker as comedian was more real to me, because he just was spazzing out on his own. And because of his wild individual activities, he inspired a downtrodden place that was falling. And then those people rose up and basically became supporters of him via basically a social media scenario. Like that, you remember that kid TK that went on the run? He made a song called "The Run" and "The Race" or whatever. Most people wanted him to get away and free TK and all that, but this guy had like 4 murders. But black people and everybody else wanted him to be free because they basically became fans of his rebellion. It was about the system not respecting them, so like, fuck the system shit. You know what I mean? On some January 6th stuff. So the Joker was your Donald Trump January 6th inspirational figure that made other people go out and start basically becoming his gang members. And then, of course, when he finally got out of jail 10, 15, 20 years later from the mental hospital, he had a legion of people waiting on him because they all knew his name. They all knew what he was famous for. They all know he went up against the Batman and basically won. They all know he was like brilliant with it, and he was like a regular guy. He wasn't super rich. He wasn't, athletically spectacular. And he showed that a regular guy could take the whole city down and have Batman shit in his pants. And that's why I think that like you watch that and then you look at all the other Batman movies, it kind of links it through, even though the movie. That's why I think it was a great movie.
Yeah, it's cool. I definitely like the end with Johnny Carson catching it, bad one.
Yeah.
But on here, so on my list so far, I'm scrolling through. Black Adam, I didn't see that either.
Well, you never saw Black Adam. It was pretty good. I mean, you know, it's The Rock, so of course it's going to be a little silly, but it's actually a good movie with a great twist at the end.
Okay.
Great movie.
I got 3 of them: the Batman, Black Adam, and then the Shazam Part 2 one is on here. I ain't see that either.
Oh, that should be good. I mean, it's gonna be funny, but those movies are just good just because of the graphics and the stimulation, and just to finally see that cartoon in person is so dope.
And the Flash is on here. I ain't see that either.
Oh yeah, the Flash be good too or whatnot. It'd be tripping.
All right, so that's 4 movies for me. They're watching in the next 4 weeks because I already you know unsubscribed.
Yeah, I will tell you, these movies are also content opportunities because of course you can watch and enjoy the movie, but while you're watching, you know, have the brain ticking about damn, how can I, you know, what is this triggering in me as far as like its comparison to society? You might get a nice little 10-minute videos like, so I watched you know, hip hop in the background. And what I noticed was, you know what I mean? And you don't take the movie directly, you take and you spin it to like a whole different dichotomy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And okay, so that Flashpoint is on here, so I'm gonna check that out too. The original cartoon one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have some fun with this. I try to watch, you know, a couple of these, and you want me to make videos too, and show the boy how to do it, because he already ready to make a half-hour video on Sonic the Hedgehog game. He's like, Dad, let's record it, let's do it. He ready to do it now.
Yeah.
So
I mean, that's the one thing about this thing. I realized after years and years and years, like rolling with other people and looking at it, sometimes you got to just do it. And I wish I would have just did it years ago with a lot of this stuff. Like I'm like laid out the box, and it's funny. I am noticing when I go out now to do my comedy shows that people are treating me like I matter.
Okay, there it is.
It's very interesting. Like I was like, man,
They might let you in on it now.
No, I don't want to be on nothing. I don't have no jelly. I don't have no jam, and I don't like salad.
So yeah, like I was bringing it down to this other dude because I watched the house party. So I've been on my house party ticket and trying to get people to, you know, understand that truth right there, because that's a good movie. That's one of the original OG ones. It's a different perspective for me because when it dropped, I was already in college.
Yeah.
So when I'm looking at the reviews that other people reviewing, and it's like some people were like, I was 8 years old when I first saw this. I'm like, you ain't supposed to be watching this at 8 years old. Like, really, it's a questionable high school. If you're in high school, you're supposed to have some kind of parental guidance watching it with you, you know. But there's one scene when talking about you know, just the choice of the 2 girls that Play has to do, and how him and Kid is fighting over the 2 girls, and the 2 girls is fighting over them. Yeah, is the main theme of the whole movie and everything, and I'm trying to turn that to the adults in our society of, hey, this is what we're going through as far as trying to make choices in life. Yeah. There's one scene with the great Robin Harris. He's walking down the street trying to find Kid, and he's looking. You know, he runs into Ready for the World and all that good stuff. And you know, the most of the movie he's doing is routine. But the funniest line that he said in the whole movie that I'm still dying laughing over, because he's walking down the street like, I'm gonna kill that boy. I'm gonna kill that boy. He's all of a sudden out of the blue, he says, I should have never married that white woman. Nah. Hilarious, yo. Like, back then we wouldn't even have peeped that. You know what I'm saying? It's funny how now today why is that an issue? Like, you know what I'm saying? And as far as you know, the LGBTQ, you know, you can't say nothing about them, yada yada, you know. Yeah. Which makes it funny. It's like, how did this shit get reversed and shit? Like, that was just funny shit. That would have been like a natural you know, wondering what did the mom look like the whole movie, and there go the punchline right there, and we might miss it because, you know what I'm saying, it's like kids is very light skinned versus, you know, him being dark as shit, like so.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, he'd had to say something like, or if he wanted to go deep, he could have like, oh, I should have never married that Creole bitch. You know what I mean? Because you know that the Creole types are all like look like Amber Rose. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Or like Gambit from X-Men. It's like these ambiguously white black people. It's just like, you look white, but you got a whole lot of nigga vibe. You know what I'm saying? You got a whole lot of nigga vibe. Like New Orleans, there is some fucking going on in the swamps of New Orleans. And I don't know what race. It's like, how the fuck did Eritreans fucking colonize New Orleans? Like, because that's what they look like. A bunch of Ethiopians and Eritreans, but they white. Shit, crazy. I think they the original people. They the real Jews. We need to go on them niggas. Like that.
No.
Shout out to the Creole, the real J Bros with J Bros, the Creoles, man. You know what I'm saying? They the real original people. They God's people, man. Because that shit is, man. I said, if you watch a show called Swamp People, you know the one that catch the alligators. You got these two black guys, but both I can't tell if they black or just two white boys with bomb tan. But they seem black, but they got white features and talk white, but they country as hell too. So it's like redneck country, light-skinned black guys with white features. Crazy shit you ever seen in your life. And I'm like, man, there's some fucking going on. And everybody's lying. Did you have sex with that black girl? No, Paul. Well, why your son got an afro? But he white. Why your son Bob Ross out this mug, right? Out of control. So that's that. So that's the HBO stuff. And with not any other video game review kind of things.
Dragon's Lair Trilogy is on sale for $9.99. So that's nice, all the Don Bluth's digital games.
I never got to really sit down and play Dragon's Lair. That was the game.
It looks like I'm looking at this thing and it's like, this is a straight cartoon, but I know it's guessed the right forward direction and be as accurate as possible to make it through it. I know that's gonna be frustrating as hell playing that.
Oh man,
I'd rather play Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah. Once I start making those videos, that should be pretty cool. And especially since it's a newer game, so it should draw views just because people want to see it because it's new, you know. Some people don't got it yet, all that kind of stuff. That's why he wants to get it out quick. He wants to hit while the iron is hot before everybody gets in and floods the video market. That makes perfect sense and whatnot. Anything else for the gaming report?
Yeah, that's about it. You know, I'm touching on Zelda a little bit and playing a little bit of I do want to pick back up what's the name of that, Pokemon. You know, too many games to play, not enough time to play them. You know, and do my studies and trying to read and but enjoying life, man. I'm and try to share when I can. You know, I did like I said, we rode the bike and I just video recorded it and shared it out there through some Sky Zoo. Shout out to Sky Zoo. Is one of my he's with the young boys and he's like 35, 40 almost. So calling him a young boy is funny, right? But Sky Zoo is I like him more than Kendrick in a lot of ways. Him and Mick Jenkins is two of my favorite. Of course, I'm waiting for Lupe to drop again. I'm seeing Nas got like he got like 2 different trilogies. So it's cool seeing them drop albums and hip hop being underground. It gives me a chance when I do have free days to just listen to a whole new album whenever I get a chance, driving to work or whatever. So I'm loving where we at musically too. Of course, Killer Priest dropping a new album every 2 months too, and he's one of my top 5 rappers, MCs, should I say? So there's a lot of entertainment out there that the mainstream ain't trying to share. They rather call LL a boy, and I can sit back and laugh at his dumbass. Shout out to LL. I love him though. You know what I mean? But
yeah, he got an unbelievable sense of patience.
Yeah, he got. and he's and hearing him get interviewed is cool, because he's doing the best he can in the background. He's one of the first MC rappers. He's a rapper. He's one of the first rappers that I heard was like like to just straight give millions of dollars to Africa and things like that. So he's doing his best, but then it's like you see Ice Cube, and Ice Cube is just straight fucking. I don't give a fuck. Y'all think I'm selling out? I'm trying to build this basketball league, like you know what I mean. Like he's really trying to build a cookout basketball league to rival the NBA, and it's like this is the only way he can do it. Like the NBA is going to do everything they power to destroy him.
Yeah.
So he might as well sell out. And I'm gonna go to the Middle East, everything.
Yeah. Go play everywhere, and all you gotta do, even from a worldwide perspective, is just get all the retired pro ball players that still want to play. Like you know what I mean? Like I'm telling you, Kwame Brown is old. That man is 7 feet tall and in shape. He can still probably dunk a ball real nice with. He probably can still hit an open jump shot. He probably still block a shot. And they're all over age, and some dudes still got it because some of these guys actually maintain their shape after playing.
Yeah, how old is he? Is he like 35? He's not that old.
No, Kwame Brown is like maybe a couple of years younger than me. Like he's like mid-late 30s. Yeah, I think he might just be about to hit 40.
Yeah.
But so he can still play. He can't play for hours, but he can definitely play 3-on-3 once a week.
Yeah.
To some light practice. He says he's playing ball here and there, still teaching kids at school. So he says he still can play.
Yeah.
But, you know what I mean? But he ain't gonna be, like when you get older, it should hurt if you do too much.
Yeah. Bryce White was still playing, plays in the league too. And I love his podcast. He like I said, he's the one that gave me that they in on it. So
they in on it. That shit is crazy.
You know what I mean? You got to check him out. He talks about reparations too, and y'all got similar ideas, but he's the one that's saying like if you completely against it, that means you must be in on it. Talking to the the Republicans and Democrats, especially the Democrats.
Yeah, they win on it. I see. Because gotta be something. Why does nobody want to change? They in on it, man. I'm telling you, that's a movie title. God, that's a movie. Like you can probably write the dopest movie called "They In on It."
Yeah,
and whatnot, and just make it seem like just like the whole thing, like where you think everything is fine and everybody around you's part of this whole thing, and then you just start to realize, and then you can just put like a real movie twist where you find out that there's like a whole underground coercive organization. And everybody is in on it. Everybody actually is in it. Like you got like communicators. And
it's funny, but I since I've been steady at one. When I first started doing it, it was like when they called me to the office, and it was either two Jedis or one Sith Lord. It's like I'm being interviewed right now, and it's like I don't know if he's with the light or the dark.
yeah.
But I can definitely feel that they're trying to see if I'm in on it or not. I ain't in on it.
I can tell you how you can find out if anybody you meet or are dealing with for the first time who's kind of analyzing you, what they are. During the conversation, make a light, polite, non-crude, situational or logical joke of some sort and smile. If they laugh with you, they're cool. If they stone face you, they are in on it. They're in on it. Like I see it with cops. Like most cops, if I make a joke to them, I can kind of see them kind of chill. Okay, he's cool. But some cops, they kind of look at you like, motherfucker. And I was like, oh shit, this nigga's in on it. Yes, sir. And that's how you can tell. That's the test to know how they're in on it. If you're in a serious situation with a new person, make a light but respectful but situation joke that most people will kind of lightly at least smile at, like, okay, sir, be serious. It's not time. At least say something like that. But if they're just like stone,
yep,
you know who the cold motherfucker in the room is. And whatnot, you know what I mean?
It was a couple. It was a couple jobs when I first was doing this, trying to get back into the game, where I interviewed and I made it all the way to the end, and it's like, all right, I did everything to show that I know what it means to be in on it, and then I'll do just what you said just there, and then it's like, damn, I just lost the job because I just told them that I'm not in.
I'm not in on it. The joke tells them, but wait a minute, because basically what the joke or the comment tells them is, oh shit, he knows this is all bullshit.
Yep.
And they're like, so they're looking at you like, this nigga not in on it at all. No, he's out on it. This nigga is out on it. Like, this is a problem. Like, I'm about to call the cops and report this nigga to China, nigga, for safety purposes.
Yeah, so that's why I kind of like my the boss that I got now. She knows that I'm not in on it, but she knows I don't give a fuck and I'm just chilling and leave me the fuck alone. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? She's cool as shit. But it's funny working around a whole bunch of people that some of them know, some of them don't know. They know to leave me alone because I'll just start reciting some old next level mathematics, like, leave me the fuck alone. I'm integrating functions over intervals over here. Leave me alone. They leave me alone, like, but just like, please, they, because they want me to be in on it so that they can, run
because the people that are out on it would make the best in on it people.
Yeah.
That's what, because the people that's already in on it, they kind of numbskully. So there's no innovation. There's no fixing the gaps with them. They're just more like another piece that's going to come in and kind of leave open spaces for exposure, right?
Yeah.
Somebody that's out on it, this is the person that they want in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's why they be on you so hard.
Yeah. But they don't be on me hard. But they do. Yeah, they do come to me like, well, why are you mopping the floors? It's like, hey, I ain't had nothing else to do. We're not supposed to do that. Like, oh, the one that I remember was because I did work at what was the name of that place? Vanguard. Yeah, there was a time I worked at Vanguard. Is it financial or whatever? There's a
that's my homeboy. One of my best friend Keith. He been working there. I don't know if he still worked there. We were there for years, right out of college.
Yeah, I did the same kind of thing with them. Like, I got into a temp agency, so I already had like management experience and the degree, and I was at the top of my game. I was sharp, so I used to come up in there dressed sharp as shit. And they pulled me to the side. Like, then that's when I first understood this whole concept. And it was like, dude, like, why are you wearing the suit? Like, because it was everybody else was dressed down. So it's like, well, like, what are you're dressing like the suits. So the next thing I know, they ain't bring me back.
Causing problems.
Nah, you can't.
Because they're gonna expect us all to start dressing like that. Don't come here and work harder than everybody and be dressed in the suit, nigga. Like, you doing too much, nigga. Like, at least come here in the suit and be like, I can't do too much. I'm in the suit. No, you up in there like, all right, where's the car at? Let me fix it. Where's the dead baby? I'll bring it back to life.
Y'all need me to integrate those functions over intervals? I'll do it. Like, what do you mean, dude? What are you talking about?
Right?
Get rid of this nigga.
Get rid of this nigga. He's in the way. He is not in on it. He is not in on it at all. You don't like that shit. Like, my job just told me to fill out a Glassdoor report, and Glassdoor accepted it because I kept it real. But man, I'm gonna tell you, that Glassdoor report, the feedback they gave to my company is, yo, this nigga is not in on it at all. Like, watch this nigga. Like, I'm not only am I on the FBA and NSA watch list for real, I am also on the corporate America watch this nigga list. Thank you, Glassdoor. No, actually, it's supposed to be a site that keeps me honest, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, if you have a job, do Glassdoor reports. They're supposedly anonymous, and it does help keep balance to what corporations are doing, because I think a lot of times we take a lot of abuse under the guise of being a good employee. We let them underpay us. We let them take advantage. We let them overwork us and tell us we have to do two people's jobs just to get a small raise. And this is why AI is going to eventually come and make us all jobless. So hit like if you're watching or not. So are you in on it or not? That's a real big. So there you go. Excellent. Anything else to say there, Rolo?
Well, you know, it is the tech show, right? So we talked about gaming a little bit. The Raspberry Pi 5 is out, so I do want to look into that more. Like, I've been checking out a couple videos here and there on that. But I still want to get a Raspberry Pi 4, because I do want to do little projects with the boy. There's so much to do, you know.
There's always so much to do, and artist's work is never done.
Yeah. I still got to put this computer together. But I'm just gonna probably, after I get off the show, I'll probably fall asleep playing a little bit of Zelda and wake up, you know, with my body in a corpse or some shit, you know, kind of a thing.
Yeah, awkward position, back hurt, neck hurt, leg hurt. How my fucking leg hurt, nigga?
I'm talking about Link on the game, and shit. I'll fall asleep and the orca pop back up or whatever because of the red moon.
Oh shit!
And I'd be in the wrong area.
Wake up, death.
Yeah, like what the hell killed me?
What happened? Yeah, that should be happening to me when I be fucking with this John Madden. I be in the middle of practice trying to get a gold and shit. I wake up, it'd be like bronze, nigga. I'm like, what? Shit, what happened? Oh, I was like, I was mid-play when that happened. I was from Grandpa Simpson, like, snap. Controller back. Next thing I know, it's tomorrow, and I got a bronze.
Yeah. So that's all. Shout out, you know, go Eagles tomorrow. The game ain't till 8 though. You know,
who they playing?
Dang, I forgot that fast. I want to say an AFC team. That's what I want to say.
Eagles, Dolphins. Oh shit!
Yeah, there
Dolphins.
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we in trouble.
That should be a good battle, because I think
that should be a great game.
That quarterback are very similar type quarterbacks. We got receivers, they got receivers, young teams. It should be a good battle. It looks, honestly, like a Super Bowl preview to me.
Yeah.
According to my John Madden rules, I want us to lose this game so we can come back and beat them once we get to the Super Bowl.
That's John Madden rules.
Yep. Because if you beat them now, you're going to lose in the Super Bowl. Because you'll feel confident. You'll feel overconfident. You're going to come back and use the shit you used earlier in the season. They're going to be ready for that. But if you lose to them, you're going to come back with something new. And guess what? They're going to be one that's confident and come back with the shit that got them all. Because the same shit they used to beat you early, they use that shit for all the rest of the season, getting real cozy with it. Like, this shit works. This shit works, nigga. This shit works, nigga. See, that's the dance NFL coaches do, by the way, even the white ones. But then they get to the Super Bowl and they say, all right, well, we're going to do what we've been doing all year. And then the Eagles going to come out on some complete new shit from what they saw. And it's going to catch them off guard and either make it an even close game or a total smack. So that's the John Madden rules. If you have a winning record, you want to lose early to potential playoff and Super Bowl contenders. Everybody else you want to beat. But if they are a possible Super Bowl team or a late playoff team, you want to lose to them early in the season. So they're not ready for you, because there is no adjustments in the playoffs. There is no adjustments in the Super Bowl except for halftime. You know what I mean? So it's like there is no coming back and playing y'all again. But when you have a whole new game to play in, this is why the NBA playoffs and baseball have the 7 games. Because when you have a chance to go home, look at what they did yesterday, figure it out, you get blown out by 40, come back the next night and blow them out by 40. And they're like, what the fuck happened? Oh, nigga, we just decided to not let you do anything you did yesterday. We're not better. We didn't get better overnight. You know what I mean? So that's the game with that. So that's why you should have an early loss if you have a winning record to possible late season competition. John Madden 101 Rule 117. Any other things there, Volo?
Yeah, that's it for now, I guess. I'm trying to think where else. How long we been on? You check the chat?
The who?
The chat. I'm supposed to tell you to remind you to check. Oh, we can do
I'm
our
only
words.
in the chat. No, I'm only in the chat.
Oh, okay. I'm just making sure, since
See what you do is,
since the Italian lady is no
this
longer
is
with
how
us.
you check the chat. Watch the chat.
Yeah, I'm programming it again.
Watch the chat. That's how you
I
check the
did.
chat. And say, hey, you got a new comment. Go look at it. That's what you're supposed to do. Past that, I already got a computer that tells me every time I get a new comment, a red dot comes on the comment section here. So by the time you ask 9 times out of 10, it'll already be up there.
All right. And then who we on? We on StreamYard.
Yep, so it's everything. It's Twitch, Twitter, or Facebook. So you just pick one, whatever one you think is going to get a comment. Or you try to make that comment section pop. Because this is the thing. All during our show, I always see the view, because I get the numbers for the views of all of them across the board. Right? So let's say there was 10 people on Facebook, 5 people on Twitch, 2 people on Facebook. I have like a number up here that says 20 or 30 something. Well, usually it's only 2, 3, or 5, right? Most of the time it's like 8 or 9 with us. But what happens is every show, since our first show, about every 5 to 10 minutes, it goes up 1 or 2 numbers. They're here for 30 seconds, and then they leave. You want to know why?
Why is that?
They didn't even like the show, but the comment section is dead.
Yeah.
And what does it look like when all the comments are from me? So this is an algorithm logic. This is an algorithm and human average. Nobody wants to jump in your comment section and talk to themselves. You know what I mean? So like you kind of gotta liven up the comment section. Pick a comment section and make sure at least that comment section always has a like on it. Because the more likes this on that section from because even though you're on the show, you know who doesn't know this is your show? The internet. Facebook doesn't know it's your show. This isn't your account.
Yeah.
This isn't YouTube. This isn't your Twitch. So when you're liking it, you're literally a stranger liking and commenting when you comment. When I comment on my YouTube thing, they know I got 6 YouTube accounts. They know I got 14 Facebook pages and groups I run and pages and accounts. What does it matter if I go and like them all? It's all me liking. It's 1 like when I do it. So little shit like that, Mr. I'm comment section obsessed with. You really care about the comment section. Pick one of those pages, get it on your phone or something else on the side, a pad or something, or computer, and monitor that one comment section.
Okay.
And make that comment section pop. Do that.
I'm gonna work on it. I'm gonna get the StreamYards kicking too. I got the laptop here. I'm gonna get this computer.
I mean, like I said, you don't gotta do it all heavy duty. It's like me. I got my phone right here. I got my main computer, and back in the day, I used to have my other computer. So it's 3 separate devices. So I don't gotta be listening or streaming on none of them, but I could have a chat section over here.
Well, I have my my iPhone 7, my old iPhone. So I use that too.
You just get one of those apps, just get the most basic app, and just, like I said, pick one of the 3 that the apps work on it, and just hang out in that comment section. Like that's where you hanging out at. You know what I mean? Like people be talking to me on Facebook and other stuff. You see, like with Jinx, I kept noticing because it was coming from the Facebook one, but there was nobody on him for Facebook to talk to. What if I was so busy or focused on something I couldn't feed back to him in enough time? You know what it'll do? Fade off the show. I done said something to these niggas 2-3 times. But if you was in there while I'm doing something or whatever else,
get it lively.
Yeah, you can get it lively, and you can hit like to his comment. Like again, you know, I mean, little shit like that. So it's not that you got to be in all 3 comment sections. Just pick one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the ideal, like for example, if I was running a structural thing, and it was, I would assign, because we have 3 pages. I would assign a comment section to each of you. Hey, all right, Volo, you on YouTube, Mr. BAS, you do the Facebook comment section. Technician, you hold down the Twitch comment section. You know what I mean? You don't got to moderate, but just be in there. And if you got something to say while you're not involved or we're not talking, type it into that comment section. Like that kind of shit makes the shit pop. You know what I mean?
All right.
And you know, telling people to hit like while I'm not paying attention, like, or while we're doing something else, or while a video's playing. You know, you comment in your particular comment section you favor. Hey guys, like the stream, especially if you notice maybe because a lot of times they'll show you who's watching too. Like, hey, there's people watching this. Well, hey, you know, oh, there's just 3 people watching. There's somebody else in here. Let me hit it like tell. And most people, if you say it, they'll hit like immediately.
Yeah.
But if you put it on the screen and have it scrolling across the screen like I do at all times, and they won't do it for some reason. So
Yeah, I'm peeping how BG did it. BGS does it.
Yeah.
Because he pops up on my thing now, here and there. You know, he's a cool show. He entertains me too. He's funny.
Yeah, BGS is cool. He's like a calm, cool guy.
Yeah,
but he get hype times too.
Yeah. That's the. But you know, I do favor Sarge a little more. With Sarge.
Sarge a real one. Sarge be kind, especially when he get into his little silly ass voices and shit.
Yeah,
mocking people. I'll be up in this show and dying, cuz. Dying.
I don't think he does live streams. I didn't notice.
No. He just started putting his Cash App up just like 3 months ago and whatnot. Like, he's always been kind of against that because he's from like the original school. Because the curse is once you start getting money or things from people, there's weird tendency happens where you then start making content for them and not for you.
There it is. Okay.
And so he's like, he don't want to hear, like, he don't want nobody to be able to tell him why I support you, and then start hating, and then that's when you start getting haters and shit. And now you got people hating on you all the time and making lies up about it. You know, they mad because they didn't give you money and you're not their slave. You know. So some dudes just let it go. There's SARS. There's the other homie from he used to be the diaspora person, Harvey. I forget what his page is called. The other Harvey. He's basically the other SARS or whatnot, but he's in Chicago. He got like a light stutter and shit, and he hit and whatnot. But another ex-veteran type dude that kind of sees it for what it is.
They not in on
it. They not in on it. They not in. Anything else to roll up?
So yeah, on the tech side again, yeah, I'm gonna do some more research on this Raspberry Pi. And then I'm gonna revisit the game again. Is Utopia. I remember we used to play that all the time, and I noticed that when thinking about that game, I was mostly 90% of the time I was the right island. Like I think one controller was the right island, the left controller was the left island. And I remember if me and you played, I think I played the right island 90% of the time. You know what I mean? I might have bullied you in ill product to get that right side. So maybe that's why I'm more of a rightist and y'all more of a leftist minded kind of a thing.
Maybe I ain't either. You can get that left bullshit up out of here. Like that little bullshit out of here.
You be acting like you in on it sometimes, talking about Ronnie like that.
Man,
and that's the list that
I can do a 30-minute sermon right now. I got a whole psychological analysis of it if you want. Dog. Somebody on drugs or something.
And that
I know like 5 niggas like that. Those home care, I got a job ass niggas. Their job is I take care of my old decrepit family members. That's not a job.
So that's one thing, and just me and him trying to recreate that first video game. In the process of learning how to program, and that big game was pretty basic. And then looking at the complexity of our society when it comes to guys versus girls. That first list that I'm putting together again, just noticing the light skin versus dark skin thing. Starting off with Denise, then Whitley, and who was third? I forgot who third was. Hold on, let me check my notes.
Whitley, Gilbert,
Sydney. Sydney was third. Angela, I got fourth, and then Ronnie fifth. And I just grabbed names that was being talked about all last week. Sydney was what's her name? I got the
Dawn Lewis.
No. From Martin.
Gina.
Gina, yeah. What's her real name?
Tisha Campbell.
Tisha Campbell. Wow. I'm sorry, Tisha. She plays Sydney in House Party.
Oh yeah, she do. Yep.
So that was the role that I'm giving her as being one of the top 5, because that her in numerical order, but as far as time wise, that character came out, before Angela. You know who Angela is?
No, who's Angela?
Boomerang.
Holly Berry was Angela.
Holly Berry, yeah. And Ronnie is Menace to Society.
Oh, okay. I thought that was Players Club with that big light skin stripper bit.
I forgot about her. See, now might have to add her to the list.
Right.
I forgot about Diamond. You know what I'm saying? But you know who the GOAT is.
I like that mean ass Ronnie bitch.
I'm not adding the GOAT to the list. You know who the GOAT is, right?
Who's the GOAT?
Vanessa Williams.
Oh yeah, old school.
You know what I'm saying? But just playing the game with them and shout out to Labari. Was that Labari? Just having conversations with him about it and somebody that's not in on it, but we talking amongst a whole 95% of the people that's in on it.
Yeah.
Acting like they don't know what the fuck we talking about. It's like, you don't know what I'm talking about? All right. Obviously you in on it and shit.
Yep, you in on it. Now she fucking her on it.
My one man Q is like, you sounding like everybody else don't know what you're talking about. It's like, it's the fact that all of y'all said, like he asked everybody in the beginning of the thing to say done, and that's it. And the fact that I said more than done, y'all got an issue with that. That means all of y'all are in on it.
Yeah, but I will give them one thing. Volo, you kind of got this antagonistic thing. Right?
I do.
But this is the thing. It doesn't work at our age.
I know.
I'm just telling you.
I know.
But your intention is to get change. But that will never change anything. You have to find a way to make them be antagonistic to you. That's how you do it.
I get
it's like that troll video I did.
Yeah, I get
out here with some bullshit. Oh, you're not in on it. And of course what they want me to do is do something out of line. I just fall back like, what do you mean by not in on it? Why would I not be in it? I mean, are you out of it? And then they start talking back and saying bad stuff to you. And then now, because you have sucked them in, you now have the validation to push out the antagonism. Because the antagonism, after they're already suckered into it, will only intensify their rage. And then they will just go off. And then you can just sit back and be like, oh, really? That's what you think? And then you get done and be like, all right, everybody? Good.
I'm usually done in 5 lines, man. It's usually 5 lines, and then they leave me alone. I can't. I ain't got time to go. No. That's 5 lines. Bang, bang, bang. There's the proof. Leave me alone. Okay. Yeah. maybe somebody else will see it and leave. You know what I mean? That's what I really want.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't even give them the validation of that. The people originally thinking you came with talking shit to me for in the first place. You know what I mean?
No, your Facebook is hilarious. I love it though, but it is straight. This is his Danica. Leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah, it is.
Let Danica free. You know what I mean? Even Michi now is she's coming off like a MAGA.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like, fuck this bullshit.
I'm like, they got Michi on here acting like she MAGA now, like, and because I sit back now and I'm watching Glenn Lowry. He's been popping up a lot on my show, and I've been seeing less of Moist.
God.
You know what I'm saying? But that's supposed to be the battle that we need economically. You know what I'm saying? These are supposed to be the top 2 economists, educated Negro economists in the country. You know what I mean? On YouTube, should I say?
Yeah, but the problem
They
is
don't battle.
they don't got the toughest thing about fixing the black community is there's this weird requirement of a soiled history and a overhyped personality. You have to be braggadocious and unrealistic.
Yeah,
and
he's
you have to always have something that people can hate on legitimately.
yeah. Lowry's too he's too laid back.
He's too laid back. He's too emotionally controlled. I don't even know who he is, but I can just, if you tell me he's not getting listened to. And Boyce is, on the other hand, he's like a sucker nigga. Like he's one of them niggas you talk to and you know he's smart, but when you talk to him, just like Corey said, you kind of look at him and then you look at him and then you go like this. Oh my God, this nigga is stupid. This nigga is dumb. Oh shit. Like that, it's one of those kind of guys that you're looking at him, you're like, yo, this nigga brilliant. And you kind of look at him after he says something, and you just, oh shit, this nigga is stupid, yo.
Yeah, he ain't stupid. He in on it.
He in on it. It's one of the two, or he in on it. I always give people the option because I don't want to judge. I tell people all the time, it's one of two things here. Either you're a fucking idiot or you're in on it.
Yeah.
Take your pick. And I let them tell me what they are. Because either way, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Because you're
get a chance, check out Glenn.
dumb. Well, then if you're dumb, then shut the fuck up. And if you're not dumb, oh, you're evil. That's right. Dumb or evil.
If you get a chance, check out Glenn's show. He doesn't really talk about economics, but that's what his background is. But he's one of his opposite. The voice is that he says that he admits it. Like, I'm not in on it, but I have I have a gay daughter. I have this. And, you know what I mean? Like, his family is in on it, and he's trying to explain how he's dealing with his family being in on it, and he's not in on it, type thing. And it's pretty cool in hearing him talk. But I haven't heard him. What's that?
Is it him just complaining about how dumb his family is, or is he actually have like, this is what we should do?
Well, all of the divestors now that's trying to move independent, but is they going MAGA? Mm-hmm. They come into his show to have discussions on whether it's religion, politics, and science or whatever.
So,
but it's not economic talk.
So why would I listen to him? He sounds like he talks to a bunch of bitches I can't listen to cap for hours.
Well, he's the alternate to Jason Whitlock. I can see why you won't listen to Jason. Like, you know what I mean?
Well, let me help you out. Both of them are fucking clowns. I ain't gonna lie to you. You described the fucking clown to me just now. You basically said this nigga ain't about shit, but letting hateful women who hate black men talk shit to him about nothing.
No. They don't be on the show. They don't come to. He do. He do.
Divestors about emotions, feelings, religion.
Yeah, he do. He do let him on there once in a while. Yeah, he do. He does. There is a couple shows.
What does he talk about?
But he's more likely to have, say, Jason Peterson on his. Like, what's his name? Jason Peterson. What's his name? The white boy, the Canadian white boy.
Just Dr. Peterson.
Yeah,
that like fucking pussy. Look, he's a nice guy and all, but he's the essence of why old people need to go. We need to wait till some of these guys age out, because the problem with them is they're so trapped in their childhood from 70 years ago. They think it's coming back. That time is gone. Everything, guys. This is the number one thing I have a problem with. All that old shit is gone, and it is never, ever, 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 ever coming back. Real shit. You have to take the old shit and reconstruct it into a modern format. A lot of older people, they don't want to do that. They want to educate and talk people into saying, let's go back to doing this old shit. You can't. We can't go back. There's cell phones. There's the internet now. There is no going back. We're finding shit on Mars on a live camera we have right now that I can look at my phone. We can't go back.
Well, they got a new young boy.
Go ahead.
His name is Lex Fredman. The Lex Fredman podcast. He's at 3.3 million. So that's their new. What's the other? What's the one that's crazy? The crazy Jewish guy.
The little dorky dude.
Who's Blaze TV? What's his name?
Oh, that little dorky nigga with the dark hair and shit. It's not Tucker. It's the young nigga.
Shapiro.
Yeah, Shapiro. Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, Ben Shapiro. Well, this kid is more. He's more scientific than Ben Shapiro. His name is Lex Fridman.
Mm-hmm.
And they've been really pushing him on me. I'm not even subscribed, but they've been really pushing him on me to check him out. And I'll catch it once in a while. But they do be having some good intellectual talks, whether it's on consciousness, free will, artificial intelligence, things like that. And he is their new modernized Ben Shapiro, as opposed to Ben Shapiro, pointing at everybody, calling us Semites and shit, like a bitch ass nigga.
Ben Shapiro's a trick. Ben Shapiro sometimes an anti-Semite his damn self, so it's weird. He was fucking weird, bro.
So that I'm just putting on who's out there and who I'll be checking out once in a while if I can have it running in the background. But shout out again to Royce for giving me the notice, just using who's in it and who's not in on it. And I'm just saying, man, you ain't on it. All right, leave me alone.
Yeah,
that's my new movement right now. Me and my son gonna ride our bikes, come home, do some math, and then maybe play some Sonic the Hedgehog or something.
No, I'm telling you that stick to that routine. I'm telling you, and because riding bikes was the best number one thing for my health. It's the reason why I could run fast and jump and play sports and was in good shape, because I love just riding bikes for fun every day. Yeah. And I didn't realize that I was getting, and you're not dealing with the pounding of running on the street.
Yeah.
So it's just that circulation and pushing your own weight and carrying your own weight. It's a constant leg, hip, and thigh workout. You don't actually have to do a workout. You can just go ride your fucking bike and have fun.
Yeah, my foot's looking better and better. Start taking my vitamins, taping it up more. I got to tape it up a bit more. So
yeah. But, I got a couple guys on Instagram and on a couple of comedians. This short person comedian just had some kind of back injury where he's basically been in a walker, but he's doing his exercise. And I keep telling people, everybody's been hurt. I say the purpose of X-Men was to teach you that we too are Wolverine if we do the work. You make the human body work. You put in the effort. You give it the nutrients. You let the body know that I need this body part to function. Your body will start repairing it. It may take years, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10 years. I lost the feeling in my leg from an injury almost a decade ago. And just now, it's finally starting to all come back and whatnot. Like I just, a month ago, got the feeling in the bottom of my foot back. So if you ever notice when you jump and play sports, you can kind of feel where you're sitting your foot. You can kind of angle it unconsciously like a cat to land. On my left foot, I haven't been able to do that for the last decade. So if I go up in the air or jump and I got to use my left foot to land, I'm liable to completely miss the ground because I don't really know where my foot is at. Now I know where my foot is at. Before I could only feel my big toe. And the rest of my foot, I couldn't tell where it was at. On the ground. Now when I walk, I can actually feel all the different individual spots where my foot is at. And that took almost a decade, but it's only because I keep walking, I stay active, I try to eat healthy, I keep my mind focused on repair, reconnect the nerves, reconnect the muscles, have that mental focus of it too, that, hey, we're fixing the body, and over time, you'll be surprised. And the funny thing is, the healing is going to feel like pain, like random pain. Like you're going to be just minding your business, and all of a sudden you're going to get this bumping, banging pain in your leg. And I'm talking 6 hours all day, throbbing. I get this weird nerve thing where it feels like spiders are crawling up my leg if I sit in a certain position. There's never anything on my leg. but it literally feels like something's crawling up from my ankle to my leg, like spiders are crawling on my leg, but it's the nerve thing. So that dude, keep it up, man. Keep it up.
Will do.
Keep it up. In time, it will recover. And it's a good example to set for the kids. Good. Any other stuff?
That's about it, man. What's time?
We at the 10:37 mark. I was going to do this today's tech news.
Oh, okay.
Get into the tech load of the week stuff with the history of the internet.
You want the word today or something?
Oh yeah, let's do that. Do that.
Ziggy, what's the word of the day?
Okay, here is the word of the day from the SAT Word of the Day skill.
Today's SAT prep word of the day is attribute. It means a quality or characteristic of a person, place, or thing, or to explain something by telling the cause or origin. It's spelled ATTRIBUTE. Here's how you use attribute in a sentence. If you want to become a teacher, patience is one attribute you should have. Enjoying your SAT word of the day?
Stop.
Yeah,
Great word, though.
Yeah, great attribute. And it has so many different variations, especially on a technology show.
Yeah.
So my word of the day for attribute is on John Madden, the attributes that the players have determine their quality, skill, and ability to work in your game plan. Now, the thing about John Madden, this is a long sentence, a run-on / compound sentence, is this new one, that shit don't mean shit. And this game makes no sense. Attribute. Motherfucking bullshit. What's the slang word of the day?
Well, he did Dungeons and Dragons last year, the actual rolling the dice game. He said he wanted to do it again this year. I downloaded the game, and attributes is very important when trying to getting your characteristics together to make your strength, agility, et cetera, just like Madden,
Yeah, all video games, man.
Yeah. So it's I'm looking forward to him trying to do that again and actually showing him how it translates on the actual video game, because I got a couple Dungeons and Dragons game. That's where the name VOLO thing actually comes from. Is from
one of the characters.
Baldur's Gate. Yeah, Baldur's Gate. I got the book right here, matter of fact. And I'm gonna start sharing this a little bit more too with everybody. Baldur's Gate is where I first found the name Volo Thamp and him being a kind of a dungeon master in the game, So that was a cool one. That was a cool one for this week. They did a good job. You want the slang or we gonna leave that alone?
Slang word of the day.
You think we gonna bat it? All right, here we go. Ziggy, enable slang word of the day.
Okay, here's slang word of the day.
Today's slang word of the day is ILY. It's an acronym that stands for I love you. Here's how you use it in a sentence. Thanks for making my favorite cookies, ILY. If you're enjoying your slang word of the day, check out your...
Stop.
ILY. Short for I love you. Or illustrious. ILY. Illy. Short for Illy. Sigh, I guess. ILY. The next time in my life and the last time I will say ILY will be on my deathbed because I'm killing myself immediately after I say some bullshit like that. Don't you ever in your look, I don't know who you are out in this world. Don't you ever use ILY in public without getting punched in the face immediately. Like, I authorize people, first 100 days, I will sign a law as president where you're allowed to smack the dog shit out of anybody that ever uses ILY in response to anything. Allegedly, we do not promote violence on the show. AI will do that for us as it kills us all. Not allegedly. Thank God for AI. Oh, all hail the algorithm. There we go. So, ILY. All right, Spanish word of the day.
I thought you was going to go with Will Smith was standing in the rain. You could see him outside the window with a sign that said ILY.
Oh my God. Exactly. First 100 days. First 100 days. First 100 days. I'm telling you. I'm in that line. First 100 days.
Nah, I'm gonna leave Will alone. That's my man. I fucks with Will.
Fuck that.
Yeah.
Fuck that.
Oh, jeez. Oh yeah, that's right. You got to work on our Spanish. Ziggy, Spanish word of the day.
Today's Spanish word of the day is cat. To say cat in Spanish, say gato. Here it is again. Gato. Here's how you use it in a sentence. To say, my cat's name is Whiskers, say, mi gato se llama Bigotes. Let's listen to that a little faster. Mi gato se llama Whiskers. If you're enjoying
Ziggy,
your Spanish...
Stop.
Okay, excellent. Gato. The term is el gato, like the cat. I actually knew a band here called Mahigato, which is fishy cat. Let's not even get into that, right? And of course, a female lead for that group. But we're going to use it in a sentence. Mi esposa gato es malo. What I said was, my wife's cat is bad. Gato. I'm educated and bilingual. There we go. So those are our words of the day. Excellent. So I guess we'll go into our next segment. Let's do a quick read of any current tech stories going on. Then we'll jump into our tech load of the week. So I'm on CNN's business page checking out some stuff, looking at some stories. We're going to see what's going on for our tech segment. Let me make sure it is shared, and we are to the side here. Here we go. And let's check this out. So it says New York AG accuses crypto firms of deceiving investors in $1 billion frauds. Fine, but you're not focused, bitch. Australia finds X, accusing it of empty talk on fighting child abuse online. Again, you niggas ain't focused. TikTok steps up efforts to counter misinformation about Israel and Hamas wars. That's everything on TikTok. EU launches probe into disinformation campaigns as X has hundreds of Hamas-affiliated accounts removed. Ooh, the EU is hating like a bitch. How to block graphic social media posts on your kids' phones. Oh, this is a good one. Let's read this. VOLO should be interested in this. So let's see what this says here. Blah, 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 blah. So this is fake, whatever that means. Let's look at this fake thing. Let's see what this is. CNN debunked.
For over 1,000 years, Icelanders needed to live in harmony with the environment.
Responsible compute
Let's see
is
if
a
CNN
boutique cloud
says
service
about this
provider
last
that
video.
utilizes the Icelandic
Give them
energy
that fair
grid.
credit
We
while this
partner with
commercial plays.
Reskill and focus on providing sustainable HPC as a service to customers all over the world, running on Lenovo Think System servers and powered by Intel Xeon scalable processors.
This might look like a video of a real soldier firing a real rocket at an aircraft. It was posted on X, formerly known as Twitter, with the caption, "More power to you, Hamas." But it's not real. It's actually a clip from a video game named Arma 3. Despite that, it's been viewed more than 500,000 times on X. The viral clip is just one of many pieces of misinformation that spread rapidly on the platform these hours after Hamas launched a surprise attack against Israel. After Elon Musk took over Twitter last year, he laid off thousands of employees, including many responsible for combating misinformation on the platform. Now, to help police false content, the company relies heavily on community notes, a crowdsourced, user-generated fact-check system like this one, added to the bottom of a post. Musk's changes to verification on the platform is also causing confusion. Before, a blue badge was proof a person or organization was who they said they were, but now anyone can buy a verified account with a blue checkmark, and those accounts are boosted by X's algorithms, and the people who run them even have the chance to make money from their posts. This video is shared by a blue badge account and has been viewed nearly 2 million times. The video purports to show Hamas militants capturing senior Israeli officials, but this is false.
Azərbaycanın Xankəndi şəhərində anda olmuş.
It is actually a video of authorities in Azerbaijan arresting separatist leaders.
There you go. So the internet is fake now.
At Morgan
That's
Stanley,
fun, right?
old school hard work
Back down the
meets
side.
bold
Check out
new
some other
thinking.
stories.
To help
Alright.
you see
So
untapped
let's stop this
possibilities
video.
and
Go down here. I don't know if I can close it because they're assholes. Anyway, let's see what they say in the story. So psychologists, safety groups urging parents to disable their children's social media apps over mounting concerns over Hamas plans to disseminate graphic videos while hostages captured during the war. I don't think there's a need to disseminate or anything. Just tell your kids that everything you see on the internet isn't real. And prove it to them and then call it that. This can be partially stressful for minors, blah, blah, blah. Fuck minors. Y'all don't care about minors. That's why y'all doing the war in the first place. Y'all don't give a fuck about minors. Y'all killing children. I swear to fucking God. Set up boundaries, TikTok, blah, blah, blah. Talk to your kids about social media. Please talk to your kids about social media. What companies are doing. Some bullshit so they don't get sued. That's what the fuck companies are doing. All right, so that's a good story right there. Opinion VOLO.
Oh, I'm telling you how I turned off my mic.
Oh, well, there you go. Good job.
Yeah, you know, I'm, you know, it's the boy got 2 iPads and an iPhone, so you know, but I participate with him. Like I'm you know, I'm bringing him on slowly but surely. At first it was just YouTube kids. Now he's a preteen adolescent, basically a teenager. So we do little videos together, and you know, I've been recording him trying to do reviews and stuff. Like, but yeah, you got to be more active in it. And it's you know, it is kind of weird to have these parents more focused on their accounts and not their children's, or teaching them how to actually do that. Even not, you know, just more so even in the, you know, with the studies, the regular studies, you know.
Yeah.
So I have been moving more into being a tutor again. You know, just you know, if your children need help, y'all know me. You know what I mean? Do what I can to, you know, just bounce ideas to their way, even through text message or whatever. I don't have to, you know what I mean? But, you know,
yeah, we with these hater ass crazy parents, man.
Yeah, these parents out here, they, you know, but you know, it's just trust issues is major in our community, which is kind of weird. Yeah, it's weird, but it is what it is, you know.
Yep.
I know.
Yep.
I ain't lecturing.
No, when I used to be in elementary school, there was a couple of students that were like fascinated with me. So, and they were good students that got all A's. So in their free time, they would always come find me and talk to me. And I guess the one of the little girls, she must have had a crush on me since her teacher was like, I don't like her going to see Carl. I think something's going on with that.
Yeah.
I wanted to smack this fat white bitch right across her fat white bitch face.
Yeah. But it's weird that it's happening with the boys too. Like, come on, like, you know what I'm saying? Me trying to do the Cub Scout thing was just weird, and you know what I mean? But this is what this society we dealing with, you know. So my Letterman meme, I don't think nobody's ever even seen it when I posted it. The algorithm was like, no, you can't go there.
Right.
Even though that shit is hilarious, like y'all just throwing letters and shit. Don't matter what the fuck they mean. And then wait till I reveal the end, the bad guy, Spellbinder. Remember Spellbinder?
No, what's that?
That was the bad guy.
And what?
In Letterman, the Adventures of Letterman.
Oh, okay.
You remember the Adventures of Letterman? He'd come and change, you know.
No.
He'll change, you know, boy to toy or whatever. He'll have a letter on his chest, and the bad guy would change it to a bad word or whatever, and he'll take the letter off his chest to change it to a good word.
No, I never heard of this.
Yeah, this was an old electric company show.
What's that? The Adventures of Letterman?
Yeah, the Adventures of Letterman.
All right. Well, you know, we'll do this last story. We'll do 2 more stories, and we're going to look at a video of that.
Okay.
Couple more stories. Let's see what else they put. It says federal judge rips Montana's statewide TikTok, and so Montana has banned TikTok statewide. I want to applaud Montana for having some goddamn sense, but it's also kind of weird. But I like it. Fuck that shit. Not letting China up in here. Anyway, they called it paternalistic, VOLO. Your paternalistic views on social media. Letterman. That's Letterman doing his work right there. Microsoft Outlook will soon write emails for you. We already know that shit. How to protect yourself from iPhone themes locking you out of your own device. Who gonna lock me the fuck out of my own shit? Hold the fuck up. What is this bullshit? Hold up. Let's run this. What? They got a story about it. Oh, we gotta check this out. So let's hear this shit. Oh, that's just we're not writers. They just gave him a computer. Fuck that. But basically, it says the iPhone themes. Some iPhone thieves are exploiting a security setting called the recovery key that makes it nearly impossible for owners to access their photos, messages, data, or more. Into a recent Wall Street Journal report, some victims are also told the publication their bank accounts were drained after the thieves gained access to their financial apps. It's important to note, however, that this type of takeover is hard to pull off. It requires a criminal essentially watching an iPhone user enter the device's passcode, for example, by looking over their shoulder at a bar or sporting event, or manipulating the device's owner so that they share the passcode. And that's all basically before they physically then steal the phone. From there, a thief can use the passcode to change the device's ID, turn off, blah, 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 blah. Well, that is fucking obvious. That's not a new thing. That's called why you have a passcode on the phone. Stupid fucking story. Oh my God, so technology's making this dumb, VOLO. All right, I'm pissed now. I'm not reading any more stories. What was that fucking show called?
They tried. Am I giving feedback this week?
On that?
Yeah, my phone. Remember the last couple of times you were saying I was giving a bad feedback on my phone when I was talking and stuff.
It was been on and off. I don't know if when I talk loud, I think I hear it, but when I regular talk, I haven't been hearing it.
Okay. Well, maybe it might have did an update.
Yeah, that's probably it. But yeah, no crazy kickback at all like before. I hear it, but I think it's only like when I get loud, I hear it. But that's it, and that's because the it's probably just I'm loud.
Or maybe I got the volume set pretty good this week or whatever.
Yeah, sometimes you turn the volume down a little bit.
Yeah, that'll change it. Okay.
Yeah. Excellent. All right, so let's try. What was that TV show called again? The Adventures.
It was an old parody on the electric. It's called Letterman. The Adventures of Letterman.
Let's see here. Should be on YouTube somewhere. Adventures of Letterman, and not David Letterman.
Nah.
The Electric Company, Letterman.
Yep.
One moment. Let's see what we got. I assume you said something about the Electric Company, right?
Yeah.
That's gotta be it. Credit here. I always want to show respect to other channels, big or small. Here we go. So shout out to Zip 123. Let's share stuff. And always anybody stuff I share, I subscribe and like. Let's make this big. Let's get put this in here somewhere. We'll leave this aside, I guess. Well, let's make this big. All the way around. Then you see us. And let's see, let me make sure. That's what it is. All right. All right, let me turn this music down so it doesn't mess with the sound. All right, let's play this. See what we got here.
The Adventures of Letterman. Dancing in the dark. What is that villain, the Spellbinder, up to now?
What a beautiful day. Look at that light.
Good morning, Ms. Jones.
How are you? He has taken the L from light, and by adding an N, has changed light to night.
Boy, that was a quick day.
Oh, the black dog. I get it.
Excuse me.
Hey, look where you're going.
Time to get up now.
Gosh, this is terrible. Will the world have to live in eternal night? What will happen to sunflowers and their seeds? Will we have to have owls for pets? Oh, where's Letterman? Is he in the dark with the rest of us? Oh, excuse me.
Watch it.
Here he comes now. Faster than a rolling O. Stronger than silent E. Able to leap capital T in a single bound. It's a word. It's a plan. It's Letterman.
I'm Letterman.
He flies to the heart of the night and tearing the L from his varsity jersey.
My nigga said I'm
covers up
Letterman.
N in night, making it light once again.
Who are you?
Who are you?
Where am I? What is this?
Get down from there.
Well, our hero has triumphed again. But for how long?
Hilarious.
and whose voice is that?
I don't know.
You ain't recognize the narrator's voice?
No.
Joan, I think it's Joan Rivers.
Oh shit, Joan Rivers. That's crazy. On her early gigs. That was dope. That was a trip. Classic cartoon. Excellent. All right, so let's check out this history of the internet stuff. I got a Wikipedia, but let me see if I can find a video on it. Right quick. Anything to say while I'm working on that? Any commentaries on the Letterman or other episodes of it?
Well, I'm playing it around, and if you've seen the Spellbinder, I think he's a Middle Easterner.
Oh shit! Don't get me in that.
So I'm about to go wrong with this. Making little memes about it and stuff.
I'm trying to just take a quick look. So
Especially
they got
when you
some
just
really
start
nice
throwing
ones.
letters all over the place.
What were you saying?
Especially when you just start throwing L's and G's and B's and T's and
Right, Letterman. Oh man, that'd be a nice, funny new spin on it. So let's see what we got here. We got a few videos, brief history, 13 minutes, first website meme. Nah, fuck that. They got some nice long ones. I'd really like to watch those on my own. I might do a show where we watch like one of the hour, 2-hour ones. That'd be kind of cool. Watching like a full on, this 3-hour one right here, Nerds 2.0. That'd probably be really dope. So a full one. That'd be like a movie day. But anyway, I think I found a smaller one that said how the internet was invented. Oh, just part one. I don't want that. How we made the internet. I think this might be a good one. Let's see what we got here. 83. Let's pause this up. Let me give them their respect and credit. While we run this commercial. Los Angeles just got kidnapped.
playing around with this phone.
Do it. Oops, hit the wrong button. Nation Squid. Shout out to them. Subscribe and like. Commercials still doing the thing. More commercials good while I still do my thing here. How we made the internet. So I think about 13-minute video. We'll go through this video to review. Probably stop it, pause a little bit in between, and mention comments. I'm going to put it to the side so we can transform the content. Make this big. Let's get to it.
1999, US Vice President Al Gore made a statement during a campaign interview that, unbeknownst to him, would soon become the subject of somewhat humorous controversy.
So I took the initiative in creating the internet.
What followed were a bunch of newspaper articles, comic strips, and memes mocking the vice president.
Question, what did you just do with your phone?
I said what's up in the chat.
No, I mean, you did something physically with it, and whatever you have changed, now the feedback is constant. Did you put your phone in a different physical location? I think the sound is bouncing back off of the speaker area back into the phone.
No, I didn't move.
Is the speaker to your phone towards a flat surface right now?
A little plastic thing was there, but
is there any way you could flip the phone so it's in an open area rather than against something where the speaker is because I think the sound is reflecting off the surface back into the mic.
I just flipped it.
Yeah. It's still there, but it's not as bad. But I think that was a factor or something. I don't know, because I don't really hear it anymore. I don't even hear it anymore like that.
I turned you down.
Oh, well, that too. There you go. I think it's the turn down thing. That's what it is. It's the volume for sure. You might have to, if it's so low you can't hear it, then I don't know. You might have to get some Bluetooth headphones or something.
Right? I didn't turn it up though. It was already maxed. I didn't ever turn it up, but I did. I moved my other phone near it, but this phone the volume's not on. I did hit the chat room on it.
Yeah, I don't know.
But that's a whole different program.
No. It would even if it would be like a boo if it was the sound thing. That's what I said. Maybe the sound is reflecting off of something from the speakers. You know, sometimes they put the speaker damn near right next to the mic. So if there's a surface near it, it could, the sound from the speaker could bounce off the surface and then shoot back into the mic. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what I thought was happening. All right, back to this right here. We're just working on some sound stuff. Sorry, guys.
Starting a new wave of political humor for his candidacy in the 2000 presidential election. Ridiculous. Did Al Gore really just claim that he created the internet? Well, not exactly. What he had meant to say was that he was an integral part of putting forward legislation that made the internet so easily accessible and as powerful as it was in the 1990s. But because of his poor choice of words, naturally they were stripped of their context and even completely changed altogether. That answer wouldn't be as interesting as telling everybody that Gore was bold enough to claim that he sat down, designed, and built the internet as a technology all by himself. Gore's lack of forethought with his remarks led to an influx of embellishment and misinformation. But what started off as mass media shenanigans ended up becoming a valid burning question. If Al Gore can't take credit for creating the internet, then who can? Who invented the internet? Well, that's a ridiculous question. I mean, obviously it's Tim Berners-Lee, the man who created the World Wide Web in 1989 and finally made it public in 1991. Clearly, he is the founding father of what we recognize today as the internet, right? Actually, no. There are so many things that we are taught in school as being absolute truths. Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin. Ben Franklin discovered electricity. Thomas Edison invented the light bulb. But when it comes to a relatively recent technology like the internet, the answer is unclear. Who is our guy for the internet? Or gal even, as there are many women out there who could just as easily take the credit. Deciding who is responsible for the internet has become a discussion of great debate. Depending on who you ask, the answer will be different, but the reasons still just as valid. Perhaps the story behind who's responsible is just as complicated as the invention itself, filled with so many moving parts that are only visible when seeing the big picture. And that includes a lot of US government intervention. If that's the case, was Mr. Gore's comment really that unreasonable? Could he unironically take credit for inventing the internet? The reason why a question like this is so open-ended is because the internet itself is an open-ended technology. It wasn't something that just appeared overnight. It was gradual and took literal generations to master. The internet is so complicated that even we don't fully understand it ourselves. We often use the terms internet and World Wide Web interchangeably, but they are very different things. In its simplest form, the internet is just a bunch of computers talking to each other, and the World Wide Web is the software we use to understand what those computers are saying. Now, this may seem like some arbitrary distinction to make. I mean, when someone says they bought something on the internet, we all know what they mean. But knowing the difference is crucial to understanding the internet and its history. So where did it all begin? Well, you could argue that there actually is a fixed date for when the internet was born. October 4th, 1957, when Leave It to Beaver premiered on television. Okay, that wasn't what caused it. But another important thing happened that day too. Sputnik was launched into space by Russia, becoming the first man-made orbital satellite. In case it wasn't super obvious already, the US and the Soviet Union were kind of really trying to one-up each other after World War II, and who was the better superpower. This led to the Cold War, not a physical war with direct military engagement, you can thank Kennedy for that, but a period of great political tension where the two countries basically looked daggers at each other. A byproduct of the Cold War was the space race, and when the Soviets launched Sputnik, the US wasn't exactly stoked about it. In order to keep their eyes on the Soviets at all times and make sure that the US always had the better technology, President Eisenhower created DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. For a while, things went just about how they expected. But as technology got more sophisticated, meeting DARPA's objectives got more difficult. In order to really maintain good surveillance of the Soviets and continue making state-of-the-art technology, US research centers had to constantly be in contact with one another, and someone being on the phone 24/7 wasn't good enough. The only way to do that was by creating a network. Keep in mind that back in the 1960s, you didn't have these user-friendly desktop computers. You had these confusing, heavy computers that were the size of entire living rooms. These were called mainframes. By allowing the mainframes of these research centers to be constantly connected to one another, information could be transmitted extremely fast, and DARPA could get a lot more work done. This was made possible by the theories of J.C.R. Licklider, who basically said, hey, what if we took landlines and instead of having phones connected to them, it was computers? Thanks to Licklider and Bob Taylor, DARPA leased phone lines to bring this idea to life and created the Advanced Research Projects Agency Network, also known as ARPANET. Now, the creation of ARPANET was in a lot of ways history repeating itself. If you study a lot of American history, you may notice that the very first US presidential election is the only election to span over 2 calendar years. That's because it took over a month to count all the votes. That would be the norm up until 1848, where all the votes were counted in just one day. What is going on here? Well, what if I told you that the reason for this is the same reason we were able to make ARPANET in the 1960s?
You guys know how it is when you buy a new Mac. It's super fast at first, and then pretty soon after it starts to slow down. That's probably because you haven't...
What are your thoughts so far, VOLO?
Telecommunication.
What are your thoughts so far?
You know, I'm trying to figure it out. You know.
You're trying to figure out the facts he's explaining to you?
No, but he, you know, he's saying that it's like you know, it's so many, you know what I'm saying, it's so many variables, it's hard to really, like, I really don't, you know.
It sounds like we need to watch the 3-hour version of this.
Yeah. I got to watch it a couple times.
Yeah, because remember, this is a brief history. It's 30-minute long. The other 2 videos I saw, one was 58 minutes, and then the other one was 3 hours long, and they even broken into part 1, part 2, part 3.
Okay.
And there's another one called How We Invented the Internet that also is like that too. So we might do that next week. You'll just make that the whole show.
Yeah, but you know, it seems a more external as far as, you know, the Sputnik and the whole Russia versus America war and the whole, you know, like, all right.
I don't know. He was on some nut shit.
Yeah, I'm not.
But when he started talking about just the whole paperwork and the votes thing and telecommunication, because like he said, and I remember this when I first got on. Oh, I'm about to get on the internet, which is on the World Wide Web. I remember people saying that, but I never really made the separation in my brain that I'm getting on the internet, which is the software, which is attached to the World Wide Web, which is a network of computers.
Yeah.
It's like he's trying to. So I like that part he explained. You know what I mean? That part. That part. Did you already have that singular thought too, or did you already have that separation?
Well, like my first computer was the 128, the Commodore, and my friend Spence had the Commodore 64. So they had modems back in 1980s.
I remember that.
And we was trying to figure out how to do it. You know what I mean? As opposed to going to each other's house, which we end up doing, just going to each other's house.
Just put them next to each other and shit.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, each other's game and stuff. Yeah, like copying games and giving it to each other. Allegedly, we didn't. That was illegal.
Still is. Until we figured out how to do it, because the whole trick was, as long as you didn't give the person the whole game, it wasn't breaking the law. So that's what they made file sharing to pull from like 9 computers. So it just take a piece from 8 different computers. Therefore, nobody gave you the game. Therefore, it's not stealing. And of course, rich people paid to change that.
Yeah.
And put viruses in to really fuck you.
Yeah.
I remember that. The Napster run. Oh, it was I still got CDs over here. So, for example, I have probably 100 CDs filled with probably 3,000 to 5,000 songs, videos, games, music, movies, everything, right? But if I put this shit in this computer right here, this PC, by tomorrow, if I play one video off of that, by tomorrow, a worm will already be doing the damage, and this computer will be done by the end of the week. I can put it in a Mac. Because programmers, hackers develop Mac is too hard to design for, so they only develop it for PC and Android stuff. So any of that stuff will poison your stuff. Because what happened was it got popular. So what the big companies was, well, we can't stop them on a legal basis. So what we'll do is we'll just upload our files too. So when it goes to pull for the song, and our files are one of the high quality ones that everybody wants, a piece of our thing will go in there and it has the virus, so it'll poison everybody's shit. So then it's like you stop going on because your shit every time you download something, you get a virus. And then sometimes you download shit and you didn't get a virus, but it's the old virus coming back from the other shit in the computer. So yeah, it was brilliant. So that's that. Any other comments before I go to the next segment?
Yeah, I see telecommunications is next. Like I was saying, we used to try to figure it out ourselves, and we did the old telephone dial-up kind of thing with AOL to
putting the phone. I remember that in like war games and stuff. They would take it and put it on that big ass modem shit that held the hand phone.
There it is.
That big ass block. They'd be like, ugh. All right. I'm like, what is he doing? They're like, yo, he can do the phone lines and shit. Oh my god. Oh, that noise.
And it's funny because we before I had a disc drive, I had a tape player for I used to borrow his tape player, and I would have to hit the play, and you can hear it while it was pretty much playing the recorded sound of the old the old dial-up thing.
Yeah.
To play my game, so I used to have to hit the play. And I can go away for a good 30 minutes or so while they played a whole tape in order to play the first level of Ultima, kind of.
Yeah.
So I watched the video. Me and my son watched the video of the massively online role-playing games, and it went all the way back to the 70s on as far as how they began, and I think that was a better idea of how the internet grew, because they had it way back in the 70s of being able to play the first online games back then, before it was the World Wide Web. That's why I'm flowing with it. But I've seen videos, that's I guess based on the role-playing, the massively online role-playing games that was real good in explaining how the internet grew to what it is today, kind of a thing.
Nice. Yeah, that'd be a good like TV show or documentary or movie, like showing the side of video games. People show movies and video game movies and stuff, and they show all the fun side of video games being created. But you know what they don't show? They don't show the 30 minutes of loading a disc, a floppy disk. They don't show the 40 minutes of playing a tape through a phone just to get one level. You're like, now you just pop in the game, you can go through a whole game in a day of 15, 20, 30 levels. But could you imagine if you had to wait 30 minutes in between each level? Oh my God. Like, I used to get mad when these newer games came out and it was almost like that because I had to wait like 5 minutes. I'm like, 5 minutes while it loads? Come on. Right? Could you imagine? Like, that would be a great movie.
I'm looking at a game right now. It's called 9 Parchments by Frozen Byte. It's on sale for $5, right? Now, this is an indie game that's, I guess, a small group of people made. It's basically what's the name of that game? The Knight Has Died. What's the name of that game? By that, losing my mind right now.
Oh, the one with the knights, and so it was kind of like Utopia.
It's kind of no. It's more like you know, one's a warrior, one's an elf, one's a and you go through levels and you drop down to further levels and stuff. That was that's the OG game. The knight has died. Such and such needs food. Hey, why am I having brain freeze?
Yeah, I can't remember.
Well, it's basically a Dungeons and Dragons type of game. You get 4 fighters, but it's online. It's a co-op Magic game that's online that a bunch of guys done made. It looks real dope. It's only $5, you know, but it's an indie game. It's a fan made game pretty much, and they selling it on the Nintendo Switch. Like it looks pretty hot though.
Yeah.
Then what's the name of that? Oh, Gauntlet.
Yes,
Yeah.
Gauntlet. Yes.
So this is basically an online Gauntlet. It looks hot though.
Yeah.
It looks hot.
Nice. Let's see what else you got here with this video.
In 1844, you had the invention of the telegraph, a device that connected through a copper wire to another device on the other side. The devices would use this wire to send and receive electrical impulses. Now, at face value, these are just arbitrary pulses of electricity. But what if you could turn it into a whole system of communicating? What if 4 short pulses represented the letter H, and 1 long pulse was the letter T, and so on? Samuel Morse would create this whole system known as Morse code, and by laying copper wires down across the country, people could instantly communicate from long distances for the very first time. Instead of having to mail these ballots and gather them all together to be counted manually, they could just be transmitted via wire. What used to take over a month now only took a couple of minutes. Mainframes connected to a phone line behave very similarly, but instead of these electrical pulses being interpreted as Morse code, they are interpreted as something called a protocol. Thanks to the complex capabilities of computers, instead of just sending letters, we can also send things like data, lines of code that can tell another computer what to do. But computer data is complicated. How are we able to send it in the same way we do with something simple like Morse code? Pink Floyd's Dark Side of the Moon is one of my all-time favorite albums, and one of the many things I admire about it is the album cover, which shows the basic scientific principles of a prism. You shine a light on a prism, it will create multiple colors of light on the other side. Transmitting computer data behaves the same way, but in reverse, because of something called modulation.
If I told you that there was a tried and true method that would help you land a TEDx talk in the next 30 days, would you do it?
To put it very simply, modulation takes an input consisting of multiple signals and converts it into one signal that travels through the line, which is then demodulated back into its original form on the other side. There are machines that specialize in doing this. They are called modems. Now, I am omitting a lot of important details here because, frankly, it's beyond my pay grade, but it is essentially the reason we can send complex data like that over the line. The only limitations at that point are just the complexities of the computers, and as they get more powerful, you can eventually start sending things like images. But we're moving too far ahead right now. The very first ARPANET connection occurred on October 30th, 1969, between Charlie Klein of UCLA and Bill Duvall of Stanford University. Klein intended to send the word login over to Duvall. The L was received and then the O was received, but then the system crashed. After that, Klein tried again, starting from the top, sending back another L. So you could say that the very first message sent over the internet was literally LOL. ARPANET was actually pretty cool because it did something brilliant that truly maximized their use of these phone lines: packet switching. There was always the possibility of a network channel becoming temporarily faulty. So if you are sending a file to someone and it happens to go over that faulty channel, it just wouldn't be sent at all. Not only that, the recipient would have no idea you even sent anything in the first place. What packet switching does is it takes that file, cuts it into a bunch of little pieces, and sends each piece through many different channels on the network, and then pieces them all together on the other side. This made sending files over the network much more reliable, so worst case scenario, if one or two of these channels were down, only a few parts of the file would be missing, rather than the whole thing. The recipient could see this and then request the sender to transmit the file again and get those remaining pieces. There is actually a great explanation of this in the 1971 version of Willy Wonka, when Wonka explains his latest invention of transmitting candy bars through television. Now, I am sure all of you know how an ordinary television works. You photograph something.
Sure, I do. You photograph something, then the photographs are split up into millions of tiny pieces, and they go whizzing through the air down to your TV set where they're all put together again in the right order.
You should open your mouth a little wider when you speak.
Yeah, it's described exactly how you would imagine. The Wonka bar is sent through the air in a million tiny pieces, until it is reassembled on the other side. ARPANET didn't invent packet switching, just greatly took advantage of it. It did with mainframe data what Wonka did with Wonka bars. So yeah, Wonka was kind of a polymath, aside from turning spoiled little kids into...
One day we're going to do this with humans so we can beam ourselves to places. We just have to map the human genome perfectly first.
Chocolate, he was also making great contributions to computer science.
We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams.
So yeah, after these groundbreaking achievements, ARPANET just continued to improve. To facilitate the sending of messages over ARPANET, programmer Ray Tomlinson created a messaging program that separated the name of the user and the machine they were using with the less commonly used @ symbol to make it easier to read. He called this email. So yes, in 1971, the internet, text messaging, and message threads technically did exist. It was just limited to places like universities, government agencies, laboratories, etc. And by 1973, it was even happening globally. But ARPANET was far from perfect. While it was a complex network of computers, it was more of an intranet, a network that is private and limited to only one company. When it connected with England's NPL network, it became an extranet, a private network that allows only a specific outside party access. If it was going to get bigger, a few things needed to be nipped in the bud. MIT student Radia Perlman noticed a huge vulnerability in the network. The more sophisticated a network gets, the more likely you are to have paths that can get pretty funky, called bridge loops. In a bridge loop, data that is being transmitted can essentially get stuck going in a circle indefinitely. Think of when you point a microphone at a speaker. It creates a feedback noise that just gets louder and louder until your ears explode. A bridge loop is a computer version of that, and it can crash an entire network permanently. The only way to fix it would be to have all the computers on the network reboot, which is not very practical on a network as big as ARPANET. But in just under a week, Perlman would create the Spanning Tree Protocol, STP, which blocked off all these bridge loops while still allowing all the pieces of data to move through multiple paths on the network. As ARPANET got bigger, so did its influence on other networks such as Cyclades and NPL. over time, other kinds of networks would soon start popping up as well. We've already managed to get computers to connect with each other, but what if we could interconnect networks? A sort of inter-network. Internetwork. Internet. This did happen with MPL and ARPANET in 1973, but interconnecting networks wasn't exactly easy unless both networks had very similar configurations. It was basically like trying to speak with multiple people who all spoke different languages. What if we could create a language that everyone spoke? Well, everything would change forever on January 1st, 1983. When ARPANET would adopt the Transfer Control and Internet Protocols, TCP/IP. Created by Vinton Cerf and Bob Kahn, these protocols did many incredible things, including giving each computer its own distinct number, called an IP address, being able to detect and automatically resend packets that are lost in transmission, no longer requiring the user to do it manually, and being able to confirm that a transmission was successfully delivered. It also came with the User Datagram Protocol, UDP, which was a little more loosey-goosey. Unlike TCP, it didn't prioritize making sure that everything was delivered properly, but instead focused more on transmitting data faster. TCP is like the mailman not giving you your package until you sign for it, and UDP is like the mailman dropping the package off at your door. You get faster speeds, but at the expense of things possibly getting lost. I would tell you a UDP joke, but you probably wouldn't get it. These protocols have since become the standard for the internet and are still very much in use today. January 1st, 1983 was basically the day that a bunch of intranets and extranets came together to become one big unified internet. Now that the internet was more robust and reliable than ever, it was time to start making it easier to use. What if instead of typing in a bunch of numbers to access a server, you could just type in something easy to remember, like a name? Head of the Network Information Center, Elizabeth Feinler, was in charge of documenting pretty much everything about ARPANET, and essentially created a phone book listing the name of a server and its numeric.
So, you told the story about you and your neighbor. So you guys were basically part of that process between the 70s and the early 80s and mid 80s of this intranet, extranet scenario, right?
Yeah, kind of. But I didn't own a modem.
Huh?
We didn't own the modem. We was trying to save up for it, you know what I mean? But at the same time, trying to buy a big thick gold chain like Run DMC.
Niggas is not focused. Yeah, you could have been in this video. Instead, I got this Run DMC chain and these Adidas.
I had that shit on layaway and for months, and it's like, you know what I mean, I'm supposed to put $50. You know what I mean? I gave up by like the end of the summer and shit.
Crazy. I want to take ass, but damn, we was unfocused as fuck. Dang. Well, there you go. So that's why VOLO was not in this video, everybody.
Yep.
Here we go. Let's keep it rolling.
Numerical address. At first, these were basically just decimal numbers, but when IP addresses came along, they turned into, well, IP addresses, the format we recognize today. The phone book was called hosts.txt, and each computer on the network would automatically have access to it. Feinler
right
suggested that the names should be created based on the physical location of the computer.
That computer screen looked like a Commodore 64.
Right? Probably was.
That's what it was.
So .com for commercial, .gov for government, .net for network, and so on. So instead of typing a long IP address, you could just type in example.com. Feinler and her team had created the host naming registry and the Whois protocol. The problem, though, is that this phone book had to be updated manually. If you wanted your domain added to the registry, you had to call Feinler's support line on the phone and have her put it in for you. As the internet grew and more domains were registered, this would become impractical, and this one file would get too big. Paul Markapetris would build on top of Feinler's system and come up with the Domain Name System, or DNS.
Be a digital detective. Enroll in the new Google Cybersecurity Certificate to jumpstart your career in a high-growth field. You'll develop the skills employers
By the way,
want
this is
and get job search support.
So you know how you're teaching your son how to code? Look at this right here. People are going to college for right now. Google is about to fuck the whole game up where they're going to make it pretty much like a certificate now. But the market is about to even probably be flooded in STEM soon because of this.
Yeah.
So this commercial's a trip. I've been seeing it lately, and I was like, damn. These guys can probably take a little quick class online and be a certified internet security specialist.
Yeah.
Making $60,000 to $80,000 a year, like that. Even more.
After graduation.
So anybody that wants to do it, get one of these Google certificates. I don't know how verified it is, but if Google's doing it, they probably got some shit working. You might want to get on that.
Listen, there's a good chance somebody's trying to hack your website right now. You gotta make.
Instead of a single host.txt directory, you now had basically a bunch of host.txt directories all on different machines called DNS servers, and these would all form their own network, and all the other networks would connect to that network, and any changes to these directories would now be done automatically. You could argue that Feinler and Marka Petrus are hugely responsible for why the internet is so user-friendly today. Over time, more networks around the world would form and become part of the internet. The pie was getting bigger, but ARPANET's slice wasn't growing. It was becoming more outdated and less influential, and by 1989 would be decommissioned entirely. But the rest of the internet was still there and only continued to grow. And as computers got more personal, more people could use it, no longer limiting it to just researchers and scientists. It was now time for the internet to get even simpler. An employee working for the Swiss nuclear research facility, CERN, was frustrated at how complicated it was to share data in an organized manner, even having to walk up to coworkers to see which files they had on their computer. Then he had an idea. What if there was a program where, rather than constantly logging into terminals, you could share information with just the click of a button? This employee was named Tim Berners-Lee, and he then turned his next computer into a server, which hosted a program he called the World Wide Web. Featuring new technologies such as HTTP and HTML, data could now be shared in the form of web pages containing hyperlinks. The very first website is made public in 1991, making information more unified than ever. The World Wide Web could be accessed on the internet through web browsers, such as Nexus, Link.
It's 2023 now. That was 30 years ago. I don't think people realize that when this is done, you could, if things go wrong with the technology and the internet and all this, they're probably going to mark that day in 1991 as the beginning of the end. Because that was the day they firstly basically made the internet visual.
Yeah.
And user friendly. You know what I mean? Like, damn. Crazy.
What year was that? 91?
Yeah, 91. It's like, shit, I was a sophomore in high school. Or you like a sophomore in college or something?
Yeah, my second year. Yeah. And actually that might be my third year almost.
Yeah, second, third year, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, that was my third year. Going into my third year. That's next level. Because like we had it on campus already. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that whole modem concept was starting to make sense to me because I was trying to, you know, I didn't own one in the 80s. So I really
because they said they had the whole most of the universities already kind of had the network, it just wasn't public yet.
Yeah. And my mind state was still to work for Commodore. That's when Commodore was still around, but they was about to go bankrupt. Yeah, they was about to go bankrupt.
That's actually a whole movie story too. If they don't got a movie about that whole situation.
Yeah. There's a couple people got stories behind it. Like that was my game plan. My game plan was to be an electrical engineer and go work for Commodore in Westchester.
Ah, so it was close too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was supposed to be.
Ironically, wasn't a Philadelphia singing group called the Commodores?
Yeah, and they lasted longer.
Yep, the irony. All right, let's see what else. Got a few more minutes left here. A couple of more segments. Great video, by the way.
Yeah, it's cool. It's turning out real cool.
And the most popular, Mosaic. Al Gore was amazed at this growing internet technology, calling it an information superhighway, and wanted to give it as much of a platform as possible. The Gore Bill of 1991 helped provide internet access to children in public schools and even local libraries. As the audience for the internet grew, companies saw a new market for profit. Internet service providers were popping up left and right. They give you a modem, you hook it up to your phone line and computer, and boom, you have internet. Just make sure no one in your house needs to use the phone. But since there's a lot of ambiguity in web browsing, charging people long distance for internet usage became less practical. I mean, when you called someone, at least you knew where they were located because of area codes. For the average user, locating where a website is being hosted is a lot more difficult. Unexpectedly charging people hundreds of dollars per month for going online was scaring away business, until one company decided to abandon the old landline billing system and charge users the same amount every month, like a subscription service, at an affordable price. This company was called America Online and would dominate ISPs throughout the 1990s. Major changes would be made to Mosaic to improve speed and add support for things like images. The name would be changed to Netscape Navigator, becoming the gold standard for web browsing. Until Internet Explorer came bundled with copies of Windows 95 free of charge, Netscape would slowly fade into complete obscurity, before rebranding again into Mozilla Firefox. By 1997, over 70 million people would be online. Much like those who worked on the ARPANET and other networks of the time, everyone began contributing their own brilliant ideas to this decentralized structure, and the World Wide Web only got stronger. Eventually, people adopted faster Ethernet connections, and then someone came up with the brilliant idea to transmit the internet over radio waves. Building off the ideas of actress and scientist Hedy Lamarr, Wi-Fi was born. And now we're here, all because America got jealous of the Russians. So who invented the internet? Well, we all did. And yes, Mr. Gore, that even includes you. The US government took the initiative, but everyone else followed. The internet, by its very definition, is just us joining together. And every day, new people are finding.
He said the US government took the initiative and everyone followed. This is like the number one reason why I believe that politics, the president, mayor, governor is the only way that Americans can free themselves. All you have to do is get somebody in power who will sign enough executive orders that makes it okay for other companies to follow along. But if there's nobody to set the example of, let's do this, then they'll just keep rolling along with whatever's already going on. And you'll never be able to talk people into usurping that system. Like I said, how do you combat love? You can't. You can't. You got to change the rules of what love is. Back to the video.
New ways to keep that bond stronger and more intimate. By staying online, we are contributing our own ideas and thoughts to the world, and in turn, adding our own piece to this huge and still incomplete puzzle. So go ahead and keep creating, and help make the internet a better place.
Great video. Great job.
I'm just kidding. It was all Willy Wonka. A special congratulations to Rubber Brick for winning the Brilliant contest. They said that Brilliant's...
that was funny.
They got a new Willy Wonka coming out too.
Like a remake, huh?
Yeah, they're doing it. I don't know if it's a remake or just focused on Willy Wonka as opposed to how Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and the original was.
Oh yeah, because I guess he had a life outside of the factory, right? Let's see.
Yeah.
Willy Wonka trailer. Here it is, 9 days ago. Okay, so this the blah blah blah. Let's go with the official trailer 3 months ago. Let's check this out. I think I remember seeing something like this. Oh wait, let me give the real niggas they props. They probably gonna act like bitches about it. Matter of fact, no, let's go for it.
We at the end of the show, huh?
Yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it small though instead of making it big. And the worst it's gonna do is be blocked in Afghanistan. That's how I do. I don't even pay attention to that email. As soon as I see it, it's like, oh, this is blocked in several countries. Like, oh, those niggas won't pay up, huh? Like, what I'm gonna argue about it? I'm an employee of YouTube. What the fuck I'm gonna say? No, you better play it in Blockistan. It's like the place you call you Blockistan, nigga. Like, what the fuck? It's supposed to be blocked there, nigga. Like, what are we doing? I was like, I don't even get shook about that shit no more. Pause. So this looks really cool. Wonka. The official trailer for Wonka. I'm very excited, actually. I'm gonna make it small though, so I can appear to be transforming the content. So I'm gonna pull it up to my news reporter window. VOLO, I'm gonna have to put you to the side here a little bit. Sorry, sir.
It's all good. I'm a mute too, but I'm here.
Yeah. Make this nice and big. Let me look at it on screen. Yeah, nice and small, so we can make sure it's clear, obvious, fair use. I am playing a trailer, YouTube. Don't go all copyright nutty on me. I'm even stop it every 30 seconds and say something, so it's broken up into segments. Okay? Okay. Good. Let's check out this Wonka trailer and a future copyright strike that I'll have to argue.
Traveling the world, perfecting my craft. You see, I'm something of a magician, inventor, and chocolate maker. So quiet up and listen down. Nope, scratch that. Reverse it.
Mr. Wonka, I can see you're a man of great ingenuity.
What are you doing? I'm making chocolate, of course. How do you like it? Dark, white, nutty, absolutely insane.
Many people have come here to sell chocolate.
I just like to say, it sounds like he's talking about different versions of poop. To continue, every 30 seconds.
But they've all been crushed by the chocolate cartel. You can't get a shop without selling chocolate, and you can't sell chocolate without a shop.
No daydreaming.
What are we gonna do?
No daydreaming, punk.
Huh? Huh.
A double hump.
Do you have a pencil and paper?
Uh-huh.
I got an idea. I know things haven't been easy for you. They're gonna get better.
You promise?
You know what I love about kids' movies, the things like the little light bulb over his head and all that kind of stuff. And just the hope. Like, I don't know why people don't like fantasy movies. Like, fantasy movies are the best.
I pinky promise. That's the most solemn vow there is.
Where do we start?
A good chocolate chip is simple.
Where?
Now, Volo's probably not going to like the fact that they got this devil running around with his sister. But that's a whole nother.
Yeah, I'm muted when I seen Harry Potter in involvement. You know, Harry Potter's my shit.
So your commentary so far?
Now, I'm trying to figure out how Harry Potter's involved. I guess it's the same production crew as Harry Potter. That did all the Harry Potter movies and stuff like that. And I did see that the latest Harry Potter game is actually coming out soon for the Switch. Of course, they want $70 for it, and I'm not interested in it like that. But Charlie's that's a good, that's a great story. I love Charlie and the Chocolate Factory when that came out. So this might be one that I might go sneak and go see. Me and Boom.
Nice. Yeah, I'm definitely seeing this movie. It's either going to be on Amazon or down the street. I wonder if it's going to be a 4DX movie. That'd be kind of cool. If it was that means it has a little action in it, All right, let's check the rest of this out. I'm going to make it small again. Fair use. Playing the trailer to Wonka. Don't hate on the YouTube, and I will be refuting any copyright strike because I'm doing a really good job of fair using the hell out of this. Continue. We got 1 minute and 27 seconds left. 3 more stoppages.
There's this. It's just weird. What's happening? Ooh, what's the chocolate that makes it fly? Let's find out, shall we? Who's for a hover job? Nothing to see here. Just a small group of people defying the laws of gravity. Ladies and gentlemen of the Gallery Gourmet, my name is Willy Wonka. He's good. Too good. Yeah, pretty sure I've gained about 150 pounds in the last 2 weeks. You could change her life, Mr. Wonka.
So, being that Willy Wonka made everybody fat, is he a sinful demon of hell that's bringing gluttony upon the people?
I was kind of digging on the other businesses attacking him, kind of a thing. It made me think about when
He
Robin
was like, man, you can't sell chocolate unless you got a candy shop, and we ain't gonna let you get no candy shop, boy.
It had me think about the Boondocks Raleigh episode when he sold the chocolates from school. Remember that episode?
Yeah. Oh no. Oh wait. Oh, the like when they were selling them or something.
Yeah. And he made all the money, and then the gang, then the gangsters got involved, and it turned into
because it's really their hustle. Classic, and it's so true. That's a whole nother thing. There should be a whole movie about that. Like somebody should make a real version of that because that'd be so funny. All the Girl Scout cookies and the chocolate sales and all that. Oh man, be off the chain. All right, let's see. We got a minute left. Let's get back into it and change back to small window size since these niggas is haters.
Their lives.
Run away! Every good thing in this world started with a dream. So you hold on to yours.
Here we go, Mama.
Mark my words,
That's why he likes
this is going to be the greatest chocolate shop the world has ever seen. So you're the funny little...
That's cute. Now, you notice his mom was like the poor lady. He obviously is the dreamer ghetto boy that wants to make everybody happy and love him because he never felt loved or appreciated. Notice there's no dad and whatnot. And I'm sure the dad is an evil person if he is in the movie. And of course, this is why he likes the black girl because he's, I guess what you would call modern, old school white trash. All right. Let's finish this up.
The man who's been following.
I will have you know that I am a perfectly respectable size for an Oompa Loompa.
An Oompa what now?
Allow me to refresh your memory.
Oh, I don't think I want to hear that.
Too late. I've started dancing now. Once we've started, we can't stop.
He had like a Jiminy Cricket, December 15th, Christmas movie.
Okay.
Right. That looked pretty great and whatnot.
Then they would have three amigos pop in on your, the three amigos.
The original Macarena. They were like, we are the three amigos. God, that was so great. The original
that movie
Macarena.
probably all wrong now. It's all wrong.
The three amigos. Oh man, I'm El Guapo. The handsome? Yes, I like a plethora. What does a plethora mean, El Guapo? A plethora means many. That was a great movie. El Guapo. Oh man, he's a great. I might have to add that to my 9 aliases and mental things. El Guapo, Del Negro. That shit is hilarious. Anyway, so we got the Wonka trailer down. Thanks. Shout out to Warner Brothers. It's a great film they're going to have, showing alternate his prequel life before he made his chocolate factory. Because of course, this was his come up before he got the factory, right?
Well, Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, his dad was a dentist.
Oh,
yeah, Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, pretty good. That's was Batman Tim Burton's version of it. So,
very interesting. Deep. I wonder if he meets his dad later in life, like a true ghetto kid. I know it's a Charlie Chocolate Factory. He had too many black girls up in there. I ain't saying shit.
There wasn't none in there.
They went with that shit. The black girl was a fat white boy.
No, maybe deep in the crowd somewhere, but Tim Burton be on his thing.
Deep in the crowd. It's like, the lighting doesn't work for you people. So just for good lighting, we're gonna have to go with all whites here. Yo, one time that actually happened to me at a high level. So we were my homie used our production company, some of our production money to kick in on a film called The Clapper, which had Ed Helms, Russell Peters, the comedians, Rob Gronkowski, like all these famous guys doing cameos and in it and on and off in it, right? So because we're as part of our production company and I helped start it, I got to be in the movie and as just an extra. And one of the scenes was in a crowd in a room where Russell Peters is talking to Ed Helms. And I'm sitting in the middle of the crowd, but it's like a 98% white, non-black crowd. So one of the cameras, they kept telling me, yo, we got to sit you on the end. At first I sat in like the middle, just open season, and they looked at it and was like, well, the way the lighting is, all you see is like a black spot of me in the middle of teeth and eyes. It's like, dog, we got to move you to the end on the aisle. So you'll be seeing, because the lighting will fit you better over there, because we make it bright, you know what I mean? And you won't turn into a spot, basically. But the thing is, when they move you to the end or the side, usually the shots on film, TV, and everything else are focused on the middle. So if you're let's say a young black girl, you think it's colorism. You think, oh, they put me outside and didn't put me in the main camera. I'm off to the side like I'm hanging on because they hate. No, you dark skin fucks up the lighting because everybody else is white. It's just like if somebody was white and there was a bunch of black girls, you couldn't have the white girl in the middle because the white girl would look like a ghost. You know, all the black girls would look fine, but the white girl in the middle would look like a bright white light with like arms and shit. Yo, what the fuck is going on in the middle? She's like, I'm all over old blown. I look like a Geechee doll from Japan. So it's the inverse. It's a color balance thing, but people will perceive it as racism, bias, colorism, things like that. And that's what you hear about a lot of in films and movies and stuff, and it just gets misconstrued.
Video games too.
Video games too. But at least in video game, lighting is fake.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't have no excuse in video games. you can fake light a nigga. You can't fake light a nigga in real life. You either got a real light or make it look like a teeth and eyes out this bitch.
Yeah.
And then the teeth and eyes things look like they're being racist. Why they make them look all dark? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just that you can't win. It's just like, yeah, all right, we're gonna put you to the side. Oh, why are you putting you to the side? Now it's just fuck. So this is proof why Tyler Perry's and Byron Allen are the only two black men that's ever done anything about it. Because at least they make shit that a nigga can go work on and be in. Anyway, so that's it. History of the internet. Great Wonka. Little quick review. I bust my load. Let's see. We did the Spanish words. We did tech news. We did the gamer report and whatnot. We bitched about the Eagles and the Phillies a little bit. I think we have covered the full gamut. Please like, share, and subscribe. Anybody that is watching. You want to just do final words?
Well, the Phillies won, and the Eagles tomorrow. I'll be back on Monday for I wonder who the noodles gonna be.
Monday.
The goddamn noodles. Not in on it. I'm not in on it.
Not in on it.
That's cool. I am looking forward to that movie. I the original and Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is my movie. That is one of my Christmas movies. I usually watch that every year. So, but this would I noticed this like a couple days ago that Wonka was coming out again. So that I might sneak off myself if I can't get Boom to go see it. Boom more into Sonic and but you do like going to movies too.
Action like fantasy and stuff that relates to the cartoons and games and toys.
Yeah.
That's how it was when I was a kid. I want to see the G.I. Joe movie because I like G.I. Joe toys. And I like G.I. Joe the cartoon. It's basically like this cross-theming, cross-selling thing that they've been doing in marketing since the 80s.
Yeah.
Where they just hit you with everything possible. And really started in the 70s with the lunch boxes and shit. Damn, remember lunch boxes? Do they still even have lunch boxes?
They do bags now.
Bags? What kind of wait, like purses?
No. It's it looks like a do kind of like a box with a what was that thing called? A box with the triangle on the top. So it is, but it's a bag. It's they do lunch bags mostly now. They don't do boxes anymore.
Oh, they do. Okay, so I see what it is. So it's kind of like Jerry Seinfeld and his man bag.
Yeah. They got him on the bag tip. You right.
Where's that video?
I almost cussed out his kindergarten teacher to want him to dress like Peppa Pig. So you're dealing with. She looking at me like, yeah. I'm like, wait a minute, Peppa Pig? No.
Not Porky. So it's okay to be a fat chick, but it's not okay to be a chunky dude.
But the Hulk, he's running around like the Hulk that day. I dropped him off. He chose the Hulk. I didn't even mention the Hulk. He was just like, nah, I'd rather be the Hulk. But, you know, I think it was it was Wolverine when he was a baby. Kim did that. So, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Halloween's coming up. Everybody enjoy it. You know, check me out on my social media. I'm definitely gonna do a video tomorrow. I popped one on YouTube. I'll put something together real quick. Do a 5-minute video or something on YouTube. Start getting my YouTube game back up. Check out this Streamlabs and get my laptop and the other computers working so that I can get my network all back in order again and see y'all around. You know what I mean? Enjoy life and like, subscribe, share, and do what y'all do.
Excellent. And before we got out of here, I just have to watch this one little silly small Seinfeld clip. It's classic. This is classic. This is how they gonna try to have Volo's son up in lunch and shit. So I'm like, nah, Dad, it's just a fur coat. Nah, Dad, it's just a bag. It's just my lunch. It's just my lunch pail, Dad. It's just my lunch coat. This shit. Oh my God, this shit is classic. I always want to do fair use, even for this channel. Shout out to Benjamin. Let's see this right quick. Let's see this segment. These are funny.
Hey, Silvio. Just out for a little stroll in my favorite fur coat. That is your coat? It sure is.
Kramer says you'll need it because you're an entertainer and you're desperate for attention.
That's true.
Jerry, you forgot your purse.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, Silvio, look at Jerry here, prancing around in his coat with his purse.
Yep, he's a dandy. He's a real fancy boy. Maybe this isn't my coat.
Yeah, all right, you're not fancy. No, he's fancy. Fancy. Want me, love me, shower me with kisses.
Harry, where'd you get it? That's his coat.
No, it's not. It's mine. I'm a fancy boy.
Is that your coat?
If that is not his coat, whose coat is it?
It's Joe Mayo's coat.
Who's Joe Mayo? Oh, he must be the man that's sleeping with your wife.
Officer! There it goes! Someone took my European carry-all!
The what?
It's a black leather thing with a strap.
You mean a purse?
Yes, a purse! I carry a purse!
I think that's how you end the show right there. So thank you guys for watching the show. And of course, we do have our other shows. This, of course, was VOLO and Butthead's Tech-A-Palooza, which comes on every Saturday and whatnot. Early or late, I try to play some videos beforehand so we can enjoy some of that too. On Monday, of course, we have Noodle Free Mondays, which is a show all about sucker stuff, the silly things that's going on out in the world, all the crazy ways, and our poor personal, psychological, and unprofessional outlook on what's going on. Of course, is the other logo for Lord VOLO and Sir Butthead, which is VOLO and Butthead's Tech-A-Palooza. And then on Wednesdays, we got the My Part of Town podcast, which is My Part of Town. Yeah, show focused on Philadelphia and all the things going on, Eagles, Phillies, Sixers, and all major city life, really, all over the country. Love to hear from you. Love to hear back. Thanks for watching everything we do, and check us out. And I always like to, let me give shout out to StreamYards for making a great system. It's economical, great, and gives you a great opportunity to do your thing in a wonderful way and give a great production show. I want to thank StreamYards for making this platform. Fuck that. I'll give them a free shout out. They deserve it. Last but not least, I always want to remind people that love is good. Life is better. You better do something that's going to make you last forever. Because 20 years after you hit the dirt, they will forget you as though you were never. Damn, I like that adjustment. And this is the VOLO and Butthead's Tech-A-Palooza. You better do something, motherfucker. Or not. I'm about to just get high and eat food, so I guess I'm going to be fucked too. We out of here. Peace. Thanks for watching, guys. Like, share, subscribe, and send it to someone that you hate.